Hi, this is stream number 371. Hello, Toulouse, who's 30 seconds early, and Nui, who is right on time. I am going to continue the work from Tuesday today, and I was in the middle of implementing a database wrapper for JSON. So this is implementing a generic interface I designed on Tuesday that my game will use to talk to databases. And we'll begin with having it talk to the existing database as JSON, and then write a tool to migrate that from JSON, probably to SQLite. Although I still think that, to be fair, we should try another database as well. But I don't know, I'm really just tempted to go with what I have, since I don't know, it's growing on me. SQLite's growing on me. What can I say? But I at least need to implement the JSON wrapper, and I need this tool to migrate. Now, which database I move to, the choice is not that urgent, because I could go with SQLite at first, then switch to another database, and probably the only wasted time would have been writing the wrapper for the database I don't use. Use XML. that gets me further away from a database and more towards locked into a format like JSON. XML is a dead language. Just kidding. I use XML still in Mugget. All right, so let's change this current task to implementing methods of my JSON database wrapper. I think SQLite is definitely well worth the trouble. I think at the minimum, I would probably still use it for my stream helper, if not for the real game. So it's also very much available for me to try out, because we tested it on Monday anyway. So probably, you know what I'll probably do is I'll do SQLite. And if someone really comes in and says, you shouldn't use SQLite, here's another database that fits all your needs and is better, then I would probably look into it. Otherwise, I'll probably go through this list of databases that I have and just kind of tick off, like I'll probably look at them until I find some reason why it doesn't work as well as SQLite, and then just move on and note what it is. My guess is that I get through a lot of these. I eliminate a lot of these just based on the couple of requirements I have. So the database requirements, I should have that written out somewhere. So the requirements are that we do, well, basic requirements: store the game's data. And that is in the form of entity, well, components of entities. Well, list of entities. Lists of components of entities, player records, in-game tickets, etc., metrics, and some other, I don't know, I just say some metrics. You assume MSQL not on the list due to cost, right? I don't know. I can put it on the list. Maybe we wipe it out right away because of the cost. There we go. It's on the list. Okay, store the game's data. This maybe just make it not just requirements, but also requirements and non-requirements. And what I'm saying for non-requirement is something like that we can say the game definitely doesn't need, so that if a database engine says it supports that, we can say, well, we definitely don't need it, so it's baggage. So it counts as sort of a negative, as a feature we don't need or want. Hey there, Resubaka. Store the game's data. Can package the entire database into a single blob. Can replace the entire database from a single blob. So this is the snapshotting requirement of Raft. What else to say? Let me break up between requirements and non-requirements. Database non-requirements. This is where I think will be the deciding factor. Non-requirement is no need for simultaneous access from 2 or more clients. No need for database engine to operate as its own process. No need for database to operate on a separate server, and these are kind of similar. What I'm saying, it doesn't need to be a separate program, and this one is basically trying to say it doesn't need to run on its own instance somewhere. What else? No need for backups. Although you can consider this sort of a backup mechanism, it's not really used for backup per se, it's used for replication. So this one here, basically, don't need transactions, don't need locks, don't need to handle contention. It's the same thing as locks. Contention handling. Okay, I'll probably add to this. So let me make a stream node out of this. DB requirements. There we go. It's weird that it changed it to pip requirements. It's not pip requirements. It's text. Weird. Okay, so where I left off on Tuesday is in the middle of implementing the JSON database wrapper. And I had done destroy column, right? Okay. I'm thinking I'm going to enumerate the tests first to get them set complete and then start completing them. So it all goes back to this interface, right? There's create table describe. So we did all of these so far, right? Is it better to use UUID as the primary key in database or use auto-incrementing integer as the primary key? I don't know, Dalek. And hello. I would assume it's not so much a database-driven decision, more of like a domain-driven decision, like where are you going to use these keys? What are you going to use them for? That kind of thing. For my game, I don't use UUIDs. I use an auto-incrementing integer because I don't need to. They don't need to be anything more than that. I guess that's the question you should ask yourself. Why wouldn't an auto-incrementing integer work for you? Is there a reason why it wouldn't be enough? So, for example, if it was a distributed system and more than one agent in the system needed to generate keys, an auto-incrementing integer wouldn't be very good because you could have 2 agents in the system accidentally using the same integer because they both think it's the next one. There, a UUID would be nice because 2 agents could independently just generate one and the probability is extremely low that there'd be a collision, right? Now, versus another system where, like mine, where you only have 1 agent, only 1 client of the database. There's no way I'm going to pick a key that someone else is going to accidentally pick too. So I'm just going to use an auto-incrementing integer because the only requirement I have is that it be unique. And I can guarantee uniqueness just by saying, well, hold on to what's the next one and then just increment that every time. And that's what I've been doing so far. Let me grab my game snapshot into a new file. Oh no, I already had it. I thought I did. Did I not have it here? I don't have it here. Make this one a JSON, please. And then collapse it. So if you look at my game's database so far, I do have 3 different auto-incrementing integers at the global scope alone, right? So there's probably more buried underneath. I think in components we'll find another one, next entity ID. So I've been using auto-incrementing integers for a year, and it's worked just fine. Now, if I were to have like multiple instances of the game that are not, they don't have a consensus guarantee, that are operating separately, this would be a problem because we might have the next entity ID from 2 different places in the game picked for different entities, right? And to avoid that, you'd have to necessarily have a system-wide lock to guarantee that only one entity gets the next ID, right? And then that's inefficiency. If I used a UUID, I wouldn't need a lock. So there you go. You could take a look at dgraph. It can run from a single binary. Okay, dgraph. We'll add that to the list. I'm just going to take the whole thing you said. And by the way, hello, Arimeth. And hello, Flask. Just combine a node number and an auto increment. UUID is the ultimate version of that, Flask. It's where you don't know the node number, or you can't guarantee the node number is unique itself. So might as well just throw away all concept of identity and just make sure it's that it's pseudo-random. Although some people have implemented UUID in terms of node numbers, Flask. So early GUIDs in Microsoft platforms used, I believe it was the MAC address of your network card as part of the UUID, in order to make it universally unique, because the theory was that everyone's MAC address is different, orderable and sortable. But do you have that requirement? So these are all questions to ask yourself if you're, like Dalek, and you're saying which one's better. Do you have the requirement of it being orderable and sortable? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. For me, I don't, so I don't need it. For me, auto-incrementing an integer, just fine. Yeah, it comes down to different situations and what your situation is, and you got to go through those questions and see what's right for you. Okay, I have open, I have commit, I have create table, I have describe tables, rename table. It's not rename tables, it's rename table, so let me fix the name. Add column, update column, which is marked to do, delete column, or destroy column, I mean. I guess destroy table's next. Destroy table. Hey there, Master Agent Miyazaki. It's going well. Working on database transitions in my game. Going from JSON to something else. And first I'm modeling a adapter that has a generic interface. I'm going to implement it for JSON. I'm going to implement it again for SQLite, and then be able to swap them. You want to build a login system for your web app, and you have to choose a type of ID for your users table. So again, it's what requirements do you have? Do they need to be sortable, orderable? Is it a distributed system? Do you have multiple agents generating IDs, or just one? If it's simple and you just have one thing assigning IDs, just use an auto-incrementing integer. That's what I did. You could start with an auto-incrementing integer, and then later you discover that it's got problems, and then switch to UUID at that point. Then you could reserve part of the UUID space for those old IDs. That's exactly what Microsoft did. They transitioned from 32-bit integer to UUIDs simply by defining a fixed prefix for the old numbers and making that the first part of the UUID. Unless you have a requirement that you get the design perfect from day one, you could start with something simple like an incrementing integer, and then when you discover you need something more, then transition to it. All right, so I need create row. And I need retrieve rows. Update rows. And I'm just putting one placeholder for each one. I might need more per method to go through all the code paths of these, right? Create snapshot, install snapshot. Install snapshot. All right. Yeah, so if I were to show you the database I have for the players, there's the next player ID. There we go. So mine are assigned sequentially because there's only one agent in the system that assigns them. So might as well just remember what the next one will be, increment it when we've used it. Okay, which one do I feel like doing first? This open commit, do I feel like doing those today? I didn't do them on Tuesday because I didn't feel up to it. I guess we could try. So where am I looking? Open. Open. Oh, open, it's not in the abstract interface, it's in the concrete interface. Here, open and commit. Hey there, A squared. How are you doing today? Master of oxygen not included mods. A squared. 415. Okay. What am I thinking about doing with open? Well, you're the only one I know who has made one. So in my book, you're like the king. As in number of open oxygen not included mods that A squared has made, 1. Number of oxygen not included mods that everyone else I know has made, 0. I think it's reasonable to start with an integer value for many benefits than you were. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Adjust accordingly when your requirements change, unless you know your requirements now. Kyrath is the real god. She's been around for ages. Okay, but I don't know Kyrath. See, I don't know her. So until I know someone else better, you're the king in my book. All right. Indeed. Okay. I think I can start with open successful can use the one we have set up in here, right? Wait a minute. It doesn't write it, does it? Oh. Where do we write? Oh, we write it here. So open successful should work in the default. So let's do that one first. That should be easy. Range, act, and cert. Range, you don't need to do anything. Act, we don't need to do anything because we already did an open, right? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. This ignored the return value. So something simple to do here would be the arrange could just recreate the database. So db equals JSON database. Hold on. How did we? Someone put out a saucer of milk for the cat in the hallway instead of the kitchen. So there's a cat over there licking a saucer of milk, like, outside the kitchen. Which kid did that? Who put the saucer of milk out there? Move it to the kitchen, please. Gotta do some dad things really quick. Yeah, but it's gotta be in the kitchen. Yeah, you can. He's impolite. The cat won't mind if you're being impolite. He's impolite to you all the time. Interesting choice. Which choice was interesting to you? Did you know that water, milk for cats should never be placed close to their food? Well, I guess it's not, so... I didn't know that, though. Hey there, Thompson. We usually, put them separate, yeah. Yeah, that's what they said. That's impolite. To move the saucer while the cat's drinking from it. The cat's old. We sort of, what's the right word? We granted cat indulgences because he's so old. So when he was younger, he wouldn't be catered to quite as much. All right, so I just declared that there was no extra requirement, so we're good here. So basically this throws away the open that we did before so that we can do a real open here and check the return value. Const auto open result, open store. And it should just be expect true open result. If a kid like that is 17 and a half, that's how basically how old ours is. Maybe a little bit younger than that, but they don't. But we have a Himalayan cat, and they can live into their 20s. But I still think that 16, 17 years is pretty old for a cat. Technically, not wrong. It would be impolite. Yeah, but the cat doesn't care. It should be db.open. All right, error opening file. Here's where it gets interesting. Actually, before I even do this one, this should also do too. I should mock the store so that we can see that it was opened. And I don't want to just trust the open result, right? No, actually, I do want to just use that, but we're going to mock the store. So, yeah. Const auto, mock. It's really not really a mock. I want to instrument the store. I want to decorate the store. Decorated store is decorated standard make shared decorated store which we haven't declared what that is yet, but that's what I want to give to that. And not only do we want to expect it's true, but we want to ask the decorated store where you opened. So expect true decorated store was opened. And then was read completely. Hey there, CloudHawk. How are you doing? Totally does not sound something like programming taken out of context. Yeah, totally not out of context. What I mean by, I'm using the decorator pattern. So we're going to take the store, which is a file, and place another object around it that when it's asked to open, read, write, and close, it's going to remember that it was asked. But other than that, it's going to forward the actual operation to the real file. That's what a decorator does. It adds functionality to an existing interface. So I guess we put it here. Class decorated store. So it's got to implement the same interface, this file interface. Okay, keyboard. When I hit semicolon, it's not always actually doing a semicolon. I should just order a new keyboard now. Let's get the required methods of this. Really, I don't need all of them. Oh, they aren't virtual. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? Ooh. These are all virtual. But the open is not. I did not design this for mocking. Well. If I can't decorate the file, I guess I'd have to rely on side effects. So, well, I'm not gonna have a hard time testing things like error reading the file. Like simulate, I'd have to cause it to fail to read the file. How would I do that? Starting to think that this can't take a file, it's got to take something else, which we can mock then. Try to read a file that doesn't exist. Well, that would fail the open, not the read. This is where it opens successfully, but we can't read it. So simulating a file system error. Pretty good, CloudHawk. Did I say that already? Anyway, hope you're doing well too. Force the permissions to not allow reading. Yeah, I'd rather just mock the whole thing. You know, if I went and just added the word virtual to here, it would just be solved. Dare I do that, though? I don't think that that's a good idea. I'd rather have this depend on a stable abstraction, not an implementation. But iFile that this implements doesn't have an open close because it needs to work with things that are not in a file system, files that are not in a file system. Makes me think I need to have another interface here. Something between file and iFile. Like file on, or iFile on system or something. Openable file, maybe? Hey there, cat peasant. I don't care about these statics. I don't care about those statics, but all of these methods. Yeah, I think I need to have another interface for this. So, do I just invent it right now? Copy? Why not? Even though it's one of the oldest parts of my game of my system here. Pragma once. We'll get rid of the copyright, and this is an interface. Technically, it doesn't have to derive from the other interface, does it? It's independent of accessing the file. I just need to have a name for this. iFile what? To capture the concepts of it existing, perhaps being a directory, opening and closing it, destroying and moving it. How about file system entry? Name this.hpp. We could call it, what is it? File face. How about file system entry? This module declares an abstract interface for an object representing an entry in a file system. There we go. File McFilington. Yeah, exactly. And hello, Chris. This is all a plot to unlurk you, by the way. It has succeeded. All right. We don't need that. Where's my makefile? Here it is. File system entry. Okay. Class iFile system entry. This class represents an entry in a file system. So it's all pure virtual. So we don't need a constructor. Right. So here's where we start to add virtual equals 0 to everything. I'll add all the virtuals first. Just running down the list here. Move, copy, time, last modified, get the path. Oh, here, here's where we end. So here and here, here, and Actually, they all have the pattern of ending in parentheses semicolon. I'm just going to do that equals 0 semicolon. Okay, and I can get rid of all of the statics. Yep, and get rid of all that stuff. So, oh, how did these? Oh, because they have const 0. All right. Cool. So then I just make that. Hold on, vector. Do we need vector? No, don't need vector. How about string? Yes, need string. Need time t. That's in time, right? Dot h. Do we need memory? I don't think so. Nope, don't need memory. All right. I didn't change the name here. iFile system entry. Okay, so then the biggest change is then a file has to derive from two interfaces now. So add it here, right? iFile system entry. Public. Do I have to say public twice? I think I do, but it's been a while since I've done multiple inheritance. Which you should never do unless it's pure interfaces like I'm doing. Okay, and so this captures a lot of these methods. So I'll say that public and move this to a section after the implementation specific, which were all the statics, right? So there's the constructor, there's all the static methods, and then here are the overloads for the virtual ones. So we've already documented them we've already documented them, so I'm going to remove the documentation copy. And I gotta mark them all as virtual. Override. Override virtual. Okay, so running down this list, they're all virtual. And at the end, it's override. All right, I don't think I need to do anything more. I think this should just build as is. Now, a lot of things depend on this file API, so a lot of things will recompile, but I shouldn't... Oh, I guess I am running into a problem. What's the problem? Oh, it's in the JSON database test. I never finished the work there. Yeah, let's comment this stuff out because I'm not done making it yet. Let's just mark it to do. I want to make sure it doesn't screw anything up. Building, building, building. $112 things. Oh, you just joined, so I was foiled? So you weren't a lurker. I see. I see how it goes. All right, it built. So, let's bring it back in. That exists there, so here we can... This pulls on the other headers, right? So... wait a minute. Yeah, that's the real store. So in addition to the real store, actually, let's include the other headers too. iFile and iFile system entry. How can you get 1,000,000 mana fast? You can't. Only I can. I only made that 1,000,000 mana thing there to test the Twitch pub sub. I could lower it, but it would just be annoying to people. By concentrating really hard. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so I need to not abstract this one. Instead we're abstracting iFile system entry. Hey, but we're doing what file actually does. Right? Oh, wait, I just realized something. I do need one to derive from the other, or I need to pass the database two pointers. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Unless we do if we cast static cast, which I guess we could do. Feels dirty though. Okay, so if I were to support static cast, it would be something like this, and then in JSON database HTTP would be open one of those instead, but we then cast it to iFile when we need to. Hey there, Red Sky 1. Nice golem emote you just used there, if I must say so myself. So iFile system entry, but also iFile in the implementation. So JSON, where's JSON database? There it is. So here I need both. Oh, actually no, I just need that. I already had it there. Okay, cool. So that, no, let's put it in both. Because here I'm going to have the store entry and then store. We'll use a cast for this. Oh, did they add a sombrero? Oh, sweet. So you can add a sombrero. You can add a sombrero to a sombrero now? I need to do that. It needs to be done. Hold on. Before someone else does. I need to modify my own emote. Modify single emote. Take the EJ and add another sombrero to the sombrero. Unlock. Share it. There we go. It's a cactus with a sombrero with a sombrero. Someone's got to go on Adam's channel and do the same thing. Tell me how it goes. That's funny. It's for Cinco de Mayo, which was 2 days ago. No, 2 days ago? Yeah. Oh, you need a space between those. A squared. There you go. Hey there, Tyrion. Cactus with a sombrero with a sombrero. Okay. So there are basically two interfaces. One to open and close, and the other one to read and write. And that should be fine. Oh, wait. This is the outer one, right? It doesn't feel right to have two. Does it make sense for an entry to have an entry that you can't read? I don't think it does. So let me just say that that's the store. Let me make a few more adjustments then. This would then say it's just a system file entry, and then this file system entry derives from iFile, and we can include that. Like that. Hey there, Gadam. You need to put a sombrero on the sombrero. Ramu 8 EJSO. How come that didn't work? I thought I unlocked it. Oh, because I did from the other chat window? Hold on. That's odd. It did work? Oh, that's a bug in Yada then. Check it out. It looked like it didn't work to me because I typed it in Yada. See that? But then you guys are telling me in Twitch chat it did work. Oh, and it did. Look at that. Can I show that window? If I break this out, actually I can. Can I break that out? Pop out. Here we go. I want to... oh, it lost the chat history. Okay, let me do it again. There we go. Now, I want to record the time this happened at so I can clip this later, or someone else can clip it, I guess, and send it to Hideo, who made the Yada. Because that's a bug. It didn't show it there. Look at that. Close pop out. There we go. Yep, 39. That's, I already wrote it down, but thank you. Yeah, I use this custom chat client for Twitch written by Hideo called Yada. And it looks like it has a bug. If I manually type in a modified emote, it doesn't show the emote. Unless it came from someone else or from a different context. And then it does show it. Maybe next time re-implement yada? Nah, that's okay. All right. Now, do I need to do anything else? In file I do, right? Actually, no, because, yeah, that's fine. So this should just build again. Only I wasn't done doing this one, so it's going to break here. Yeah, then I can just do that, right? Except for this stuff, which I haven't done yet. More errors? Hold on. I hate it when it shows me an error in a standard header file. It's not an error there. It's error somewhere else. File is not a member of system abstractions. Okay, 142. Down here. Oh, yeah. iFile system entry. And I didn't change the header file, did I? I did. Okay, then what's the error? That's not it. Show me the error. Oh, it's abstract. Yeah. Okay. So it's not going to like my class unless I actually implement the abstract methods. I can make the properties for this though. Yeah. If it's a struct, I don't need to say public private. Bool false was read completely. Bool was read completely false. All right, and then I need the. Let's just copy from here. I need all of these. These are all pure virtual. They need to be overridden. Like so. But the overrides can start with. They can all start with just forwarding. So that means I need to have another property. The actual thing. So standard shared pointer with one of these. I guess we'll wrap a real file. What to name it? Wrapped thing? Foobar? What does a wrapper call the thing it wraps? Wrapped? Okay, and then all these override semicolons become bodies. And then we just simply forward for now. Rappy McWrapface payload. I still like wrapped better. Rappy? I guess I have an irrational preference for the name I already picked. Inner? Inner might work. JSON first was for prototyping? Yeah. The game that I've made so far has done well just with JSON. But it's growing too big. So it's 11,000 lines long now, even in the test environment. In production, it's almost 100,000 lines. It gets to a point where a large majority of the game's CPU utilization is reading and writing its own state, which is in JSON. So that's why I'm moving the game state to a real database. I don't think the work will take that long. I've only worked on it a day, so, or I guess you can count Monday also, so 2 days. I hope to be finished within a week and have everything in SQLite at least, if not another database. But yeah, the entire state of my game right now is all in one big JSON file. And that was, yeah, it worked out okay until it just doesn't scale very well. All right, and then this is get Get path. I don't know why I copied from there. Apart from JSON database, have you considered other options? What other option would there be other than using a JSON file or a database? Like if I don't use a database, what would I use? I have to store it somehow, so it'd have to be a file. I mean, Nui suggested, I think in jest, using XML, but pretty sure they weren't being serious. These voids don't need... this doesn't need a return because it's a void. Same thing here. You could, for example, come up with some other file-based system where the big JSON files split into many more smaller files. Yeah, but I still need to do this snapshot. This is a requirement, right? This snapshot. So even if it was split up, I still have to reassemble the whole thing as one blob. So I think it doesn't really... It just avoids... It doesn't solve the problem. Tend to avoid databases because they can't nicely track with Git. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's the cost of having a consensus algorithm where you need to bring a new member up to speed. They have no data to start with, so they need to get a complete install of the database. So we're constantly having to create them in order to support installing them anyway. So yeah, I guess you could say it's a cost of using Raft. I don't mind that cost. I don't think it's too bad. What am I doing? I'm on this, right? Yes, so actually this one doesn't need a return. So it's that. This one needs a return, and it's peak buffer num bytes offset. I can't remember if you repeat the equals 0. I think you do. Num bytes. Read buffer num bytes offset, and then read with just num bytes, and then write, and then without the offset, and then clone. Yeah, I don't think we're going to bother cloning the wrapper. This isn't going to actually get called, is it? I don't really care about this one. Okay, so that should compile, but not actually modify anything that it's wrapping, right? Oh, no, we have a compiler error. Here again, this doesn't help me. I need to see the context of it. What line number is this? I hate these errors. 267. That doesn't help either. Okay, from the top. Cannot convert argument 1 from file to... Oh, right, because it's a file. This one needs to be this open. Wait a minute. Wait, what is it telling me? Oh, the assignment doesn't work? What? Your next project is a file format for JSON, like data that is faster to update. It won't be JSON at the end of the day. Oh, like a binary format to store JSON? Yeah. I'll probably have something like that in... not in the data storage, because I'm moving that completely to a database, but in elsewhere, like when we're sending and receiving messages between server and client, I was thinking about moving to a binary format. But when you start doing that, you start to think, do I really need JSON anymore? If you have a format for data, JSON is a format for data. So if you're making another format, do you really need it to support JSON anymore, or just move directly to something else? Please don't make it white space sensitive. You mean like the white space language? Screams in YAML. YAML! That's screaming YAML. What's screaming in YAML sound like? Like poorly adjusted white space? Okay, there's something right here that I'm doing wrong. What is it? Oh, it doesn't take... Oh, there's no construct... Oh, I get it. I didn't make a constructor for decorated store. Yeah. So let's make one. So decorated store takes a standard shared pointer to a file. Well, one of these. Wrapped. That was it, I think. I hope. Hopefully. Nope. That was not it. Nope, it's just one of these invalid comdat things. You just build again and it fixes itself. All right. Okay, so was opened is easy. If it's opened, it's opened. So let's change was open to was opened. What do we expect the JSON to do? Open it for reading only? And then later reopen it for reading and writing? When we do commit, I guess? I guess so. So was open for reading only. So that would be right here. True. So make sure it was open for, and then read completely would be if they call read. I think I want to put it here, right? And that's only if num bytes is equal to the size. So if num bytes is equal to wrapped get size, then what's read completely is true. All right. Let's make sure that it actually did it. Let's run the test. Nope. It was open but not read completely. Interesting. Maybe it goes through this version of it. It's possible. Yeah, let's have it go through both. Nope. Okay, so does it go through either one? Debug. It does go, what's the number of bytes? 0. Why is the number of bytes 0? Why indeed? Should be 551. Why is it 0? Oh, right. There's a special convention. If it's 0, it means read it all. Okay, so I messed up. I messed up the wrapper. If it's number size or 0. Yep. No, not both of them, just this one. If it's the number, if the number of bytes is the size of the file or num bytes is 0, then it's read completely. I don't think I care about the offset. I'm not going to be pedantic about that. We just want to make sure that the number of bytes that we asked it to read was all of them. All right, good. All right, so then error opening file. Here's where I have to arrange the decorated thing to fail the open. Oh, 5 more gifted subs? My goodness. Kadem is like basically doubled my sub count this week. So congratulations to Dallin and Kunkris and Moskovish, who I haven't said hi to. I haven't said hi to a bunch of people. Let's go back to Device Railway, hello. And Poissant, I like that name. Hello as well. Thor in the clouds, there's plenty in the sky. That's true. And St. Lucifer, who recommended Offset. And Muscabish. I like that name too. And then now we have both a Dalek and a Dallin EXE. Hi, you've been successfully unlurked by a gift sub. Very, very generous of you, Gadam. Hopefully I make this interesting. I know, Gadam, you were interested in how do you work with the database from C. I know I've deviated a little bit from that. We'll get back to that hopefully today. After I'm getting done with the JSON, we'll do it with the SQLite. And one of these days I'll have to do it again with MySQL or something else. Lost you at playground, buddy. What? Don't understand, but that's okay. Okay, error opening the file. So I have to tell it, I have to tell the decorator store to fail on open. And then this should be, these should all become false. This could be, this, I'm fighting my editor again. This can be true. It was opened, but it's not going to be read. There we go. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing? You just missed 5 gifted subs from Gadam. Prof Elements. Fail on open. So I'm basically decorating the store by adding these flags that let me control whether or not the file actually is open. So bool fail on open. Basically we're intercepting the open here, and we say if fail on open, return false. Otherwise, send it on, right? So that simulates a file system open failure. So we'll go down to where we do that and try it out. Okay, so that's a problem, right? I think. Did I do this right? Return false. Yeah, so it must... Oh, wait. I put this in the wrong place. Put that up here. There we go. We're not opening for read-write yet. I should probably name this fail on open read only. There we go. Fixed it. Thank you, Toulouse. Yeah, you saw it too. All right, so back to here, run it again. It still fails. Oh, do I not set that here? I should set that, right? Yeah. That we should write down that it was attempted. Let's rename that to open for read only attempted. Okay, cool. And then error reading file. It's the same kind of thing, right? That we're going to engineer a failure to read. So fail on read. And so it should open. No, the open result should still be false. Let's rename this complete read attempted. So that goes to true if fail on read is set to true. So the read function down here. If fail on read, whoa, how did I end up outside of those parentheses? Or to return, I don't know, 0, I guess. Couldn't read it. Otherwise, return that. And I suppose we want to put it in the other place too. There we go. Now we're just going to pass them all, aren't we? Okay, and then error parsing file. Here I don't really need to engineer it badly. Or engineer a failure. I can just write some bad content to the store, right? So in here where we wrote to the file. Where did we do that? Actually, I can mess with it. We can mess with it. What? Let's mess with it. We'll just destroy the first character. So mess up the JSON. Yep. So mess up the JSON. So for mess up the JSON, that's in these reads, right? So we would still read into the buffer. So const auto result equals return result. But if we're asked to mess up the JSON, then I'm going to overwrite the first character with a bang. That's what I'm going to do. That should be a character, not a string. Like that, right? And because that's a void pointer, I need to cast that to a char pointer and then dereference it. Why is it not like that? Oh, because I have the pointer on the wrong side. I don't know what I was thinking. Hey there, develop it. Wondering the site Chris is going to make. Are you going to use it and contribute to it? Don't answer it yet. You can't listen. Okay, well, I'll wait until you tell me I should answer it. Or I can type it. Yes, I'm planning to contribute to it once enough content is in place that I feel I want to start advertising in earnest. Earnest? There we go. I typed it, even though you can't listen. You can read, I hope. All right. Okay, successful commit. Yes. So it's kind of like a successful open. We just tell it to commit, and we should make sure it gets written. So I don't need to do that. There is no arrange. It's just commit. Commit returns a Boolean, right? It's commit result. And then this should be open for read write attempted, and then complete write attempted. There we go. So Chris is CM Griffing, who makes the stream parrot overlay, which you see above my head. He's also making marketing sites for other streamers, and it's just on his own volition. He just likes to help out. He's making one for me, one for Primogen, one for Adam, and I think one for Dowright, I think. And part of showing people how to do it, also it's his own exercise, his own thing he wants to do. But so it's sort of open to the other streamers he's doing this for, if they want to use it or not. So it would be just marketing sites. So for Adam, it was going to be for Botland. For Primogen, I think it was going to be for his Vim Royale game. And for me, it was Omni Arena. All right, so let's put another Boolean here. Open for read write attempted. Complete write attempted. Okay, so that's down here in open read write. Here it is. And then the open complete write attempted is down here for write. Yeah, so let me copy what I have for read. It's for write this time. If numbytes is equal to the buffer size, I believe, or it's 0, then complete write attempted is true. If this variant is used, we don't know. Actually, you know, let's just say write. If they write anything at all. Yeah, the scrolling was a hint that I had multiple cursors going, which was bad. Just write them both. Okay. Why is it giving me an error for that? That's weird. Oh, decorated store doesn't exist. My bad. I still need to do this part. And, if it's empty... Oh, no, it won't be empty. No, there'll still be a valid file. Yeah, so that should still work. And it didn't work. Why? Because it threw an exception. Let's debug. Store is empty. Really? Oh, I didn't store it. Ha ha ha. Yeah. In commit? Wait a minute. Wait. Let's do that again. Debug again. Why is it crashing there? Why is store null? Did I not save it? In the open. Do I not save it? I do save it. So what's going on here? Write to store. Why is it empty? What am I working on? In general, I'm working on my game. Let's log into the game, so show you what it looks like. Actually, I already logged in here as the admin. This is the game I'm working on. It stores its data right now in the form of a huge JSON object. I am seeing performance issues with this. This worked well for early prototyping, but as we scale my game up, it needs a real database. So what I'm working on is right now migrating this data from a JSON file to a real database. So the first step towards that is to make a database interface for the existing data, and then re-implement the same interface for a real database, and then just swap them after I run a tool to move the data. So right now I'm making a component in C++ that can look at this JSON file as if it was a database. So I have an interface for it that I'm implementing, and here's the create, retrieve, update, delete that you'd expect for a database. And it's going to, the JSON implementation of this interface will work directly with this data. So working on getting that implementation done right now. But feel free to ask specific questions. I got lots of commands and notes to explain things. This pointer is null for some reason. I'm trying to figure out why. Because when we open it, it should have stored it. Oh, I didn't call open, did I? That's what I'm doing. Actually, that's another bug then. We called commit without calling open, and it does a null pointer dereference. So I should have a test for that, shouldn't I? Commit without open. This should not attempt to open. So this should be open for read. It should be false for both of these. And this should be false also. All of these should be false. Shouldn't be opened. It shouldn't be... no, this should be true. No, it shouldn't be. We never... Actually, we never even need... We don't need a decorated store. This doesn't matter. It should just be false. That's what it should be. So if you understand this game JSON database, right now it's game. goes directly to the JSON, right? So that's right now. So step 1 is to move it to game to DB interface to JSON, and then step 2 would be to go to game DB interface to a real database like SQLite. Real database such as SQLite. And then part of going to step 2 would be to take the data already in JSON and convert it to a real database. And if the game is already using a DB interface, then the game doesn't need to change. I just swap out the JSON interface wrapper for the database for the game with a real one. So these arrows are represent code. This arrow is the game's code. This arrow is the code I'm doing today, which is a JSON implementation of a DB interface. And then later I'll be doing a real database implementation of the DB interface. And then I have to do the game's code that uses the DB interface. So there's really 3 different pieces of code I need to do. I'm doing this one now. I should list this out. Code needed. That is the JSON implementation of the DB interface. And then this one, well, technically I'm deciding to do SQLite. So that's the SQLite implementation of the DB interface. And then I need to do the game to the DB interface, which is how the game accesses its data. So right now I don't have a game to DB interface. I have a game straight to JSON. So I could do this in really any order. This one makes most sense to me because once I have these first 2, I can then migrate the data, and then all I need to do is get the game to use the data in the new format. But yeah, eventually I need to have the game go to the DB interface instead of directly to the JSON. And you see how this works? Like once we've separated the game from how it's actually stored, I can just make a new implementation of the DB interface, and the game doesn't have to change. JSON's a viable data storage for small things, but for large things, at least in my experience making the game that I'm doing, it's very, very expensive the larger the game gets. Because in order to read anything from the JSON, you have to parse the entire thing. It's one huge string. On my AWS instance, it's taking more than 10 seconds to read the production equivalent of this, which is, I think, about 10 times as big, so on the order of 100,000 lines. It's really slow. So I want a real database to speed that up. Also, it's just kind of the right thing to do, because right now it's hard-coded to go to JSON, and I have to do all this work to get it to move to a database. Once I've done all this work, if I change the kind of database I want, it's focused work just on the database aspect and not have to rip apart parts of the game. So if I was forward-looking enough to consider that I would definitely need a database, then I would have done this up front. I thought I could get away with that for much longer. Actually, I thought I wouldn't need to move to a database until we had a lot of players actively playing the game. But even when no players are playing the game, it's still a burden on the game. So let me save this as a stream note. Doc. Stream notes. This is DB migration. Parsing plain text. Yeah, because you have to look at every single character. Whereas with a database, the schema can be basically compiled into code that knows exactly which bytes to look at for what data. With JSON, you don't know where to find. For example, if you wanted to find last index, right? We can see as humans that it's there on line 11,046, right? But a computer wouldn't be able to find it that quickly. The computer's got to go through every single line up until it finds that. If you didn't care where it was in the structure, you could do an optimized like regular expression search, or look for exactly that pattern. But still, you wouldn't know where it was in the structure, so you wouldn't know if you're finding the correct last index. There could be a last index at this level too, right? And you wouldn't know which one's correct. unless you knew the context, which requires at least parsing all of these structural elements, all of the braces and brackets and stuff. So it's just really time consuming to find any one piece of data. Whereas if it was in the database, it would be really fast to look that up because the database would know exactly where to go. Because it's everything, the storage is all planned out in advance. There are index tables and everything optimized to do fast searches and extractions of bits of data. Do you have anything you can clean out of the JSON file, like orphaned items or anything? I don't think so. I have that item script that I run to do that. So I haven't really bothered to clean out the database because I figured no matter if it's in JSON or something else, it's not too hard to actually write a script to go find that stuff. And if it's in a database, it becomes even easier. I can just make SQL queries to find weird things, right? I can just say select all items that have no owner or something like that. It just in SQL. All right, so back to this. Okay, this is the one that crashes. That crashes because commit doesn't make sure, commit should make sure we actually have a store. So it should say if no store, return false. That should fix that bug. Yep, okay, now on to this one. This one fails because we didn't actually open it. So I need to do an open. I need to repeat what was done in the setup. Basically. Where was that? This one. Wrong place. Down, 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 down we go. And where we stop? Right here. So instead of opening the store, we're opening the decorated store. There we go. Still learning JSON from your experience. JSON is kind of like arrays. Kind of. The site I recommend looking at is json.org. Let me zoom out a bit. Actually, it insists on making it really big because my window is big. If I make the window smaller, there we go. Make the text a little bit bigger. So fundamentally, JSON is where there's an overall one, right? Right. A JSON value is either a string, a number, an object, an array, a true, a false, or a null. These are the only things that JSON can be. So what you're probably thinking about with the map is you're thinking about either object or array. Array in JSON is where you index by number. So like you wrote in the chat, JSON index 1, there would be an array which like you would expect, an array is just a list of values, so it nests, and so each value in the array could be another array. You're back and you saw my response? Okay, cool. So that's one part of JSON Siphon, is that it can be an array, but it could also be an object. An object is like a dictionary, where you have a key, which is a string, and then a colon, and then a value, and then you just repeat that with commas between them. Right, so in my JSON, you'll see all these different varieties. So, for example, let's pull apart a player. There are these sub-objects here. Maybe the player is not the best one. Maybe if I go to components, player, that would make more sense. Yeah. This is better. So, here is a player component in my game. It is an object. An object has string keys, and then the values are nested JSON objects. So this JSON object is a number, and this JSON object is an object, and this JSON value is an object. This JSON value is an array, and then a number, and then a true, a number, and then another object. So that it's very loosely typed. You can have any kind of value as a value for in an object. The keys have to be strings, and if it's an array, you index by number, by position in the array. But again, the actual values are JSON values. So here I can mix numbers with nulls, for example. Yeah, it's really convenient because the types kind of encompass everything you might need for basic data. It's got strings, it's got numbers, it's got arrays, it's got booleans, it's got the null for like empty value. The object is the most complicated, I think. The object, you just think of it as a map in any other kind of language, or a lookup table, or a dictionary. It's just a bunch of keys and values. But the fact that it can nest is really the powerful thing. That inside a value can be an array, and an array has other values inside. The pain points, I think, for me are the object's keys have to be strings. They can't be values, like in Lua, for example. In Lua, a table in Lua is exactly the same as a JSON object, except for instead of a string key, it's a value key. You can have anything be a key. Object of dictionaries whose keys may be a string, whose values, yeah, there has to be a string. That's the limitation of JSON. Other languages like Lua are more flexible, where the key can be a number, or it could be another table, right? Sometimes it doesn't make sense if the key is a table, but sometimes it does make sense, you know? Anyway, this JSON.org pulls apart visually for you, and also it gives you the raw syntax if you want that. And it has references to other things like implementations of JSON for every conceivable language out there. There's even a COBOL JSON interface. Can you believe that? Can you believe there's a COBOL JSON interface? Anyway, super useful site for learning that. All right, back to here. That works now. Sweet. So, error opening file, it's the same thing, only we're going to arrange the file to not open properly. So here we would do a decorated store, fail on open read write is true. And then the commit should fail. The open for read write should be attempted, but the write should not be attempted. Okay, so then open fail on open read only. We'll have a fail on open read write. And basically, I'm just going to copy this over to here and make this fail on read write, and that should be it, right? And which test were we on? It was commit, right? This one. Not that one. This one. Yeah. Sweet. All right. And then writing file. The same arrangement, only we're telling the decorator to fail at some other point. Fail on write. So here, the write should be attempted, but the commit should still fail, right? Bool fail on write. So just like the read had this check, we'll have the write have the similar check. Return 0. Otherwise, actually do the write. And I need to do it in two places in case they call it with a vector or a pointer to bytes. And that's passing. And the next one, so hopefully I get through this pretty quick. Truncating. This is if it's overwriting a previous file and it needs to be smaller, so we need to truncate the end. Fail on truncate, or fail on set size. Fail on write. Bool fail on set size. Right here. If fail on set size, return false. Else, forward it to the real file. Sweet. And then all these. Okay, until the one. All right. So I've done all the opens and the commits. So we're off to do. Which one is next? There's one in the middle here. Yeah. Update column. Let's do that one next. I didn't do update column because it could be complicated, right? Update column. Right, because when we're changing a column definition, how could this go? Did I not do this just simply because it was more difficult to do? Because we're just going to be changing the schema and then the key in a JSON object, right? When it comes down to it. Oh, it's because you might change if something's a key or not. Yeah. So if something was a key, it could change something from a JSON object to an array if you remove its key. So I suppose I do need to enumerate all these possibilities. Update column, change name is a simple one, right? And then there's another one where so changing the type, I guess we would care about that. Oh, thank you for that follow. Actually, wait a minute. If we change the type, I don't need to change existing data because, or maybe I should. What happens in my JSON value class if we do a cast to integer and something was a string? Operator int. Oh yeah, it's going to return 0. Okay, so we need to do some data conversions then, don't we? Yeah. So change type. Let me think about this. So how many types do I define? 4 basic ones. That's complicated, right? Because that's what? How many combinations are there? It's 2 to the 4, right? It's 16 different combinations. No, it's not. It's 4 factorial, right? No. It's 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. What is that? No, it's 3. It's 1, 2, 3. 3 plus 2 plus 1. So there's 7 different... Oh no, that's only in one direction. I need to double that. So there are 12 different directions. You like the assert true false? Yeah, that for unfilled tests. How am I arranging these types? These are mostly just hints at this interface level. For JSON, we use this to format whether it's a string, a number, or a Boolean, and that's it. For a real database, these would be in the schema for saying what the columns format is. For SQLite, it doesn't really matter because it's just a hint. But for MySQL, it would change how we have to store the data. How am I making combinations? Well, I'm just thinking about what are all the combinations of type conversions? You might go from text to real, text to integer, text to Boolean, real to integer, real to Boolean, integer to Boolean. Actually, no, hold on. I'm not thinking about it correctly. It's anything to anything, but not to itself. So it would be 4 times 3, right? It'd be 12 different combinations. Hey there, Rally Monkey. And I never said hi to Chiffon. Hello. Maybe you don't support changing a type. Maybe you only support dropping a column and adding a new one. That would make it simpler, I suppose. Yeah, I like that idea. Thank you, Toulouse. We'll change our interface. We're not going to have update column then. Because we already have destroy and add, right? Yeah, so let's just simplify it. No more update column. It's gone! Yeah. I think it's more trouble than it's worth. So let's remove all references to it. No longer updating columns, we're only adding and removing them. So it's one less thing for me to implement. This is a good thing, right? 2 fewer tests at least that we don't need to do anymore. Yay, less work. I should give Toulouse another point for saving me a bunch of wasted time. Okay. Then we're moving on to CRUD. Create, retrieve, update, and delete. Are mods able to give points? Anyone can gift their points to other people, but no, only I can generate points. I have a monopoly on the currency. Yeah, Toulouse has helped out a lot. Toulouse is very good at detecting when I make typos and mistakes, and I appreciate the time it saves me. Yeah, you won't be able to give him one, but you can gift if you want. Yeah, I devalue it down to 0. Well, if I, you have to do gift, not points. All right, destroy it. There you go. You just lost a point though when you did that. Are you sure you want to do that? How many points do you have? You only had 47 points, now you have 46? Oh, I didn't realize you can gift points to yourself. Wait. Is that a bug? Can you lose points by gifting them to yourself? Uh-oh. Oh, no, you don't have any points. It lied. You lost all your points to develop it. No, you can't. It looks like there's a bug where you can destroy your points by gifting them to yourself. All right, I should probably fix that, right? Well, at least you can't create points. You can only destroy them. So I'll have to gift them back to you in a second. Fix bug in gift, which destroys points if someone gifts to themselves. It's the dev null of points, yeah. Okay, so who lost points? I'm gonna go back and look. A squared lost 2. Well, no, you lost 1. You lose however many points you try to gift. Yeah. And develop it lost 46 points. Okay. No, develop it had 46, right? Let me double check. Yeah, develop it had 46 and lost them all. So now you have your 46 points. And get A squared back their point, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it's the bot lies and it says it doubled your points. It says it increases your points by the amount you say, but actually it subtracted them. Should get extra points? Who discovered it? Technically A squared did, right? Yeah. They'll give A squared another point. Now you have 87. No, you tried to give yourself 1, and then it told you you had 88, but really it dropped you to 86. Or 85 or something like that. Oh, what was it? Let me go back up in history. You started with 86. You tried to gift yourself 1, and it said you had 87, but really it dropped you down to 85. So I gave you back the point, so you're back to 86. Then it gave you another point for finding the bug, so now you're at 87. A squared deserves more points for finding this terrible bug? Yeah, okay, I can buy that. Points, A squared. We'll give you 5 more. Did he use the gift twice? Well, no, you did the gift with a negative. You can't. The bot's gonna ignore a negative gift. Yeah. I can show you the code. It's going to ignore a negative gift. Right here on gift. Gift. Where's gift? It's got to be in the code somewhere. Exclamation point gift. Handle gift. Yeah, I never thought about someone gifting to themselves. Oh, it goes into the executor. Okay, so that's in the executor. On gift. Hold on. Gift points. On gift points. How come I didn't find that before? I did on gift. And where was that negative check? Actually, it's pinned that. Yeah, so it has to be greater than 0. So it won't even do the command. It will ignore it if it's a negative number. Yeah, it does a 2-integer on the argument. So something that begins with a parentheses is not gonna work. Yeah, there were a lot of issues with the point system back in the day. Yeah, the 2-integer it has to be an integer. So it's minus 0, 1 to 9, and any extra junk, not a number. So it's got to fit into an integer. And then if it fits into an integer and it's positive, then it goes into the executor. And here's probably where we have the point where if the sender and the receiver are the same, it probably does a bad thing here. New receiver points is receiver points plus points. It's not a grant, so the delta will be the diff. What's this? Why do I have that? Why did I write it this way? You guys are trying to break the bot, huh? I wonder if the bug is here because it's obscure. What was I doing here? I understand that. This is to make sure it doesn't go negative. Because if it's a grant, it could be negative. The delta is how much it went up. Right. If it's not a grant, then we can only go positive. Why did I write it that way, though? Oh, no. This is, hold on. This... Yeah, this is just badly written. Why did I write it this way? New receiver points is the maximum of the receiver points and their new receiver points. Why did I write it that way? That's just saying it can't go down. But we already know it can't go down. I don't remember. Fixing the bug on the fly. No, I just want to see what the bug is. But thank you for the 100 bits. I'm just curious to see what the bug was. The delta is the minimum of the send. Right. So this means that you can't receive more than the sender has. The new receiver points you add to the delta. I see what's going on. It first gives the points to the receiver, and then it deducts points from the sender, but it remembers the original sender's points. So this is what happened. You have, what was the example? You had 87, right? Then you tried to give +1 to yourself. So receiver is at 87, sender is at 87. What the code does is it says receiver plus equals 1, and then sender, or receiver equals receiver plus 1, sender equals sender minus 1, right? Well, sender was 87, so that's really 86 now. So it momentarily gave you 88, but then it reduced you to 86. Yeah, for a moment it did give you it did boost your point, but it immediately took it. It basically overrode it with a minus. Yeah, it does no. There should just not be a check. There should be a check for that here. I'll fix it later. I just wanted to see how the bug actually happened. All right, interesting bug. Penalized for trying to game the system. Yeah, you lose all the points you tried to give. Yeah, you invented a point for a fraction of a second, and it was while with a lock held. It's all serialized, so it's not like you could do something with that extra point. All right, back to this. But thank you for breaking that. I appreciate it. Okay, it's probably going to say this be the same thing as destroy column, right? There'll be a destroy existing table, destroy a table, no such table. Yep, destroy table, table existed. And destroy table, no such, destroy table, no such table. -0. -0 is the same as 0, though. I think I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Because I was in the groove yesterday when I wrote this. Let's read through it. These red lines are starting to annoy me. There we go. It doesn't really matter how many columns there were. Yeah. The expected serialization schema is we're going to remove NPCs. So it's that remove NPCs instead of having to strip out a column. And then this is removed. So then I remove the data as well. Like that. So destroy table NPCs should match that. And then for the no such table, right, it's just no change. Yeah, exactly. So no such table. Destroy table foobar should have no change. There we go. Hey there, 715209. 715209, do not try to gift yourself points, you will lose them. A squared found that if you try to gift yourself points, your points evaporate. Alright, let's implement it. Destroy table. Probably going to be similar to the destroy column, so let me start with that. Why do I have a return no such column there? I don't need that. I don't know why I wrote an empty return at the end of a function. Compiler should slap me for doing that. This is Developit's fault? Yeah, Developit lost all of their points by trying to double them. Yep, had to give them all back. Okay, no such table. Yes, so... Hey there, Aiden Garth. How are you doing today? You're trying to generate those points, yeah. Yeah, the gifting from one person to another works. But gifting to yourself, you destroy your own points. Because, oh, I already got rid of it, right? The note I had where it'll first give you the points, but then it takes them all back. It resets it back to where you were and then takes them from yourself. Yeah, bad news. I'll probably have the bot do something special for that. Like, time you out for 2 seconds. No. There you go. Trying to fix sudo on your computer. How'd you break it? Did your sudoers file get corrupted? Whoa, you're giving all your points to develop it. How nice. Yeah, so isn't it just I destroy the table? So impl tables, but I need to go through the data. Oh, right. Yeah. So tables erase tables entry. That gets rid of the metadata. But then with the, not the store, with the data, it's in this with table, right? Yeah. Oh, that's all I need to do. Actually, this is very simple then. I can just say tables erase name and data erase table name, and I'm done. Easy peasy. Only that won't work with data y, because it's a JSON value, so it has to be .remove. There we go. They could change the owner of the pseudo binary? Uh-oh. The pseudo binary needs to be, what is it called? Set UID root or whatever it's called, so that it always runs as root. Set UID, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, root needs to be owner. Yep. It's one of those special programs that you have to trust that everyone can run it as root. One of the very few. Destroy table. It works now. Okay, we're getting there. Only a few more. And then we can move on to SQLite, and then we can make a tool to translate things. Okay, create row. Okay. There's no arrange needed. The act will be just to create a row in something. db.create row. Table name. NPCs. Column descriptors. Column descriptors is a vector of column descriptor, and that's a name and a value. Oh, and the value is got a union in it. Okay, I gotta be careful about this then. I can do this with making the value set. Oh, what's this? Kadam has gifted another sub to A squared. My goodness. Again, Kadam. Thank you very much. There's nothing more distracting than someone gifting subs in the channel. Wait, what is this gifting points to each other? Oh, because you helped, knew we helped you. I got it. New's got a lot of points, though. Don't gift yourself points. Remember, they get destroyed. Okay, I want a name. Actually, hold on. Why is there a name? Oh, because I wanted it to be, we can name things. All right, so then, let me go back up to my schema. I forgot what it is. Entity, name, job. Okay. So I guess we're going to just set entity and name. Yeah. Entity. And job, or name. Okay, and then these are both values. Yep. Entity and name. Another gifted sub to 715209. This is going to be a sub wall soon. Everyone's going to be a sub. How many gifted subs have you done? Maybe like 20 or... You probably doubled, I probably said this before you, but I think you've doubled my sub points. Single-handedly. Goddamn. It says right there 20. Okay. It doesn't say it for me. It just says has gifted a sub. Thank you so much, Goddamn. We'll definitely have to make a statue in the game in your honor, like we were saying before. It's going to be a very generous legacy NPC representing you. Maybe we'll have to make an NPC in the game named after you, and there'll be a secret dialogue option that only you guys know about. That you'll get something donated to you by the NPC if you say it. Something like that. All right. These red lines are distracting me. Thank you, red lines going away. Yeah, so Twitch chat says that, but Yada doesn't. So I kind of missed that little thing that we can't see, that I can't see. Okay, I need to actually fill these in, right? Entity dot type is data type integer. Entity dot data is do I have numbers for existing entities in the test data? I do. 1, 2, so it's 3. But entity name dot data is, or it's name dot data dot integer. Name dot data dot text is Steve. Name dot data dot type. Name dot type. Hey there, Enlu Dev. It's going all right. I'm highly distracted today. Highly distracted. Oh, that has to be a pointer? Oh, shoot. Why did I do it this way? This is going to be really inconvenient. I'm gonna want to beef this up like soon. Another 100 bits? I know I'm distracted. Highly distracted by bits and gifted subs. Have I heard of ECS? Yes. I have an entity component system in my game. Check it out. I don't know if you know of my game, but there it is. So individual entities in my game, like that orc there, has several components identified by entity number 71311. This rock right here is entity 14953. It has 2 components. My entity component system design is based off of my study of other entity component systems. I tried to keep it simple. Entity is just an identifier. Component is just the data, so it's just raw data fields for an entity, and then the systems in my game are just code. So there's no data really stored in the systems. The systems work directly on the data in my ECS. Just started an ECS project in Unity. The performance is actually absolutely amazing. Oh, I'm glad. Unity's ECS is different from mine, I believe. Is it distracting a little bit because it shows in purple? But that's okay. I can deal with purple text. Got 20,000 sprites with physics to run at 200 FPS. Cool. Yeah, the advantages of ECS in separating the data from the code and then aligning all the data to work with caches, you really get the benefits when you have your data all cache aligned and then everything is really, really fast. Any plans to do client-side prediction? Yes. That is in the future. We'll have client-side prediction. Right now, there's not, so it's a little bit of a lag. It's a lot to relearn. For me, I did it from the start, so if I had learned to have like an object-oriented approach to the game data, yeah, I could see that it'd be a lot of work to reorganize the data to be to entity components. Purple. I see the purple message. Yes, for me, it's purple. Ooh. I'm using Yada, by the way. What happens if a moving entity is at a higher depth? Does it check all depths or only depths at its depth? The depth is only used for the draw order here. So if this orc had a depth of -1, he would disappear if he moves. So let's edit that. Let's put his depth at -30. And interesting. When he moves, it should vanish. Okay, it looks like I got a draw order problem. It's supposed to draw him under the ground. It's supposed to draw him and then the ground, but for some reason it's not. I wonder why. I thought for sure when he moved, it would put him under the ground. Maybe I need to move the camera outside and then back in. Oh, yep, now he's invisible. Okay, so if it's all there's a bug in that if I change the depth of something that the camera already knows about, the depth isn't changed. Yeah, so there's an invisible orc wandering around now. Let me edit that again to be a positive number. Move the camera outside of range and then back, and he should reappear. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bug. I don't expect to actually be changing depths live, but I really should fix that too. Fix bug where changing the depth of a tile already known to a camera. I can't type right now. To a camera does not actually change the drawing order. So the client would actually know about the tile. It would just draw over it with the ground. The in-game font? Do I have a command for that? Yeah, it's Metamorphos. Yep, or Diagoth. I have a different font for the normal text than I do for the title of the game. Yeah, I found those... There are very few fonts you can actually use that are completely, like, open source where you can use them again. A lot of fonts you have to get permission or pay for. So those... I researched those licenses, and those ones are, I think, open source, like Creative Commons or something. I just have to make sure I mention them somewhere that I use those fonts. All right. Create row. So this is going to be a pain in the butt right now. But I have to manage the storage separately. So there has to be like we have to actually create it, don't we? I can make it shared though, right? Oh, no, I can't. Well, it only needs to be while this... Yeah, so I can just make it on the stack here. String name storage Steve. And then this is an address of that. Yeah, I'm going to want to fix this right away because this is really annoying. Data type string text. Yeah, I think I'm going to do something similar to what I did for JSON value. I'm going to have a class that wraps all this stuff for me. Yeah. Okay, so the act of creating the row should be when we commit. Yeah, when we commit and read back, there should be an extra row in there, right? Yeah, so this thing. So we need to figure out what the expected serialization is. So the expected serialization would have NPCs. Steve is a JSON object whose entity is 3 and whose name... Actually, there wouldn't be a name here because the name is the key, right? I think so. See if I did that right up here. Oh, no, it's an array because it's an integer key. Okay, I got that wrong. So I don't do a Steve, I do an add JSON object whose name is Steve in here. That, and then I need to have name Steve. Makes me think I should have another one for like a non-integer key, or basically it's for a string key. So not string key. And then another one for a string key. And that's where the key value came into play, right? So let's have a key value goddamn superstar. So the data for this would be text again. I need to have two of them. So it's not entity and name, it's key value. Text. Key storage. Gedam. And then value storage. Superstar. That's value type, and this is create row key value. Key value. Okay. What happens if we create a row with the key that already exists? So I should have a variant of each of these. Create row, not string key, new, not string key, and key is new. And let's have a version of it where the key is not new. And key is create row, not string key, and key already exists in table. Okay, so then I wouldn't change the expected serialization at all. So in fact, I don't even need starting serialization. So I just need to pick an NPC that already exists and try to add him again. So like Bob again. Let's try to add Bob. No, it's to add someone with the existing key. Right. So that should be starting serialization. Can I reuse that? Why is that not const? I can make that const, right? Yeah. I think those fonts are open source. I have the license file sitting around somewhere. Yeah, the README. Yep. Freeware for personal or commercial use. So I think as long as you include the README and say that it's from Jim Fordyce, then you're good. And so I had written down, the README has links to where we got it from. Free as in freeware for personal or commercial use. Oh, that's right. I found 3 references to the font. One said that, and one said free, and another one said free for commercial use. I think I had to do that because there is no original license file. So I got the fonts from all 3 of these places. Basically, there was no one license file, so to be sure, I triple referenced it. I found 3 different references on the web to the same font, because that's what, if you search for fonts online, you'll find the same font everywhere. And so the other one was, you guys said it in chat, what was it? Meta, yeah, this one. Not that one. I want the README. The text. Yeah, this one came with the license file, so I just have the license file verbatim. It's the SIL open font license saying, I think basically you can use it, but it's like an MIT kind of license. You just can't claim it's yours. You can't modify it without permission. You have to include the copyright notice on the license. Yeah. So this one had a license file, the Metamorphosis. The other one didn't, so I found 3 references to where it was said to be free for commercial use. That one's the best pixel font you found? Let me get a reference to that. I'll look at that. I will look at that later. Thank you, Elnudev. That's your first point here, so I'm gonna give you a second point. Yes, so I think this one Do I not have a reference to where I got that one? I think I didn't bother with the reference because I found the license file for it. Oh, no, there's a reference right here. Sorkin type. What are points for? Not much right now, but in the future in my game, you'll be able to redeem them for either in-game items or special access to areas in the game. Right now, it's just for bragging rights and to gift to other people. But yeah, right now it's a useless internet point. Of course, there's also this font, the ASCII bitmap font, old school. I'll take your reference. Why not? Thank you, Thompson. Yeah, goddamn, it's extra generous this week. All right, you don't have to gift in-game points, but just don't gift them to yourself, because we found out today that's a bug. How much would an in-game item cost in points? It depends. It needs to be a sort of an economy. So right now, if we were to like have something in-game right now, just based off of how many points people have, if we would lose the points for using them, I'd probably set it low, like 5 points or something. Because most people who have points have relatively few points, like, less than 30. Now, if on the other hand, instead of losing the points, just having the points gave you access to some exclusive content, I'd probably set the bar based on how many people are above it. So let's say I wanted to open an area of the game and limit it to exclusively the top 10 people in chat. I would probably set the threshold to something like 40. So if you had 40 points or up, you'd have special access to some new area for a while before everyone else did. Maybe you'd have it for a day before we open up to the general public. So just to give you an idea, yeah, I would always have to go back to this table to see, well, how many points are there because of point inflation, right? If everyone had 100 points and I gave you the super powerful magic item for 5 points, then everyone would have it, right? So yeah, I'd probably set it to like, if it was a unique item, maybe 20 points. If it was just like maybe a healing potion, maybe 3. I don't know. There's a lot of challenge there, but like how often would you want to redeem the points? And like I would need to set it so that it's equitable. So if you helped out some in the stream, maybe you got 15 points. Those 15 points are actually worth whatever it is you get in the game. So let's say you got a healing potion that would let you enjoy the game longer for an hour. I don't know. Maybe set that to be 2 or 3 points so that you can do that about 5 times. Who knows? You guys can help me set the economy of the game, maybe. I'm not an expert at this. It's and it's gonna be different depending on the situation too. You like the concept? Yeah, I really wanted to integrate the game with chat, so I want there to be incentives for helping out in chat, which gives you benefits in the game. And you can see every time someone who's a VIP and up chats in the channel, the golem echoes it in the game. I don't know if I want to do this permanently. It might be where there's a special area in the game, like the stream arena or something like that. And when you go there, you can talk to people in chat just by being in the game. I don't know. Who knows? Definitely require 200 points for anything. If I required 200 points, then only Toulouse would be able to do it. If I made it 100 points and up, only Toulouse and Nui. If it was 75 and up, then A Squared could do it. And then if I lowered it to 60 and up, then iGrok and Liquidor could play too. But yeah, you can see how it goes. You can't list other people's points. Only I can do that, I think. What's Gadam up to in the game right now? Just sitting in town, I see. You can't see other people's points with the bot. The bot will only tell you your own points. Or I can do that command to see what your points are. I figured it wasn't, I don't know. It just seemed weird to let people see how many points other people had. Am I done with this one? Am I building and testing this? Maybe. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong thing, aren't I? Yeah, I needed to have one that exists in the table. So, and key is new. And then a version of this where it's not new. And key already exists in the table. Okay, so for this one, what's a key value already in the table? Foo bar. So we'll make it, we don't need this setup. It's foo and it's spam or something like that. And this should be starting serialization. There we go. How do you handle inventory? I can show you that. That's pretty fun to show. So, for example, there's Gadam in game. Let's see what Gadam has. Gadam has a whole bunch of gold. In fact, let's give Gadam extra inventory slots. Now Gadam has 3 spare inventory slots. Look at that. So a character's inventory is an array of references to other entities. So if I go to Gadam's components, there will be a component called player. And if we show what the player has, one of the attributes of the player is the items. The items is simply an array of other entity references. So this 7351, for example, if I were to query that one directly, it's 1,000 gold. Money, 1,000 out of 1,000. So yeah, the items is an attribute, which is an array of other entity references. Lots of slimes that die give you gold. Oh, to give you gold, I see, yeah. Can swords break in-game? Not anymore. They used to break, but now they don't. Yeah. Well, I'll do that to people who interact with me while we're making the game. If you ask for more inventory slots and I go to your character and you're chock full of gold, sure, I'll give you some free inventory slots. Why not? I might have to rebalance the game later, but I will give you an equitable reward at that time. For now, though, it's all test, so, you want 6 inventory slots? I'll give you 6. You know where to spend the gold? You can give it to the beggar. You can buy armor pieces from the armorer. Where's the armorer? Where'd the armorer go? Wandering around somewhere. Where is the armorer? Oh, right there. For 20 gold, he'll give you some chainmail. There's not much else you can do with it. Oh, you don't have armor. Talk to the armorer. You can buy a sweet set of chainmail from that guy. Does the armor sell anything besides the chainmail? No. I need to do more. Watch Gadam buy the armor. Oh, no, he moved. They kind of have a habit of moving when you're about to talk to them. So at some point you'll see the gold drop and then the armor show up in his inventory and then he can equip it. Oh, there's Domson. I can track Domson too. Domson's, wow, 4,803 gold? It should just be armor. So this NPC has an armor a conversation armor goes to armor multi-choice, and if you can and you have room, hit this one, sell armor for 20, yeah. Oh, yeah, you bought it. It took it out of your main stack, looks like. They're socially awkward armors, yeah. I need to improve the dialogue system to support vendors. I was thinking actually last night of enhancing the dialogue in certain respects. So there should be like an open-ended question that the NPC could ask you where you have to type in a number. It's online. It's an RPG, so it's not massive though. Yeah, I don't claim it's massive. I just claim it's multiplayer online, and it's a role-playing game. So MUD is a better description, right? That's the old school multi-user dungeon. So it's an online, mostly text-based adventure game. We can call it a massively multiplayer once it becomes massive. At what point does it become massive? So that's subjective. I would say when we get thousands of players. So it probably never will be, unless like unless I get ludicrously lucky and hire a team and the game just takes off and then it becomes massive. Massive. I would say thousands. To the point where I wouldn't be able to support it myself. I would need to hire a team to do it. That would be a nice thing. A nice problem to have. I don't count on it though. You keep getting beaten because your health is just, yeah, I thought about that last night too. You're probably at level 5, but your hit points haven't increased. You're at level 6. Wow. You still have max 24 hit points. I can for you, I can adjust that right now. So what would it be like? Let's say per level you would get 8 more. So let's say you have 100 max. There. Just for you, Domson. Fixed your hit points. So it probably should do the same with Gadam. What level are you? You're only level 1? Okay, when you get more levels, Gadam, I'll give you more hit points. I need to, actually, let's make a note for that. Because I did think about that last night, too. When you're laying in bed, at least for me, my mind still works, and I think of all the things that I still need to do. Hit points and max hit points should be increased per level. Yeah, you're Iron Man. Well, you're level 6, man. Make it tied to one of the attributes. Yeah, ultimately, I do want it to be tied to the Constitution metric. So it should be like some base hit points plus something determined by level and Constitution mixed together. I just hacked it in there right now since it's right now nothing changes it, so it'll be 100 until I change it again. Yeah, I lay in bed, I think of all the things that I should be working on, and I do remember thinking about the hit points and thinking about the database stuff. And I kept thinking about how am I going to introduce magic into the game. And the conclusion I reached this morning was I can't add a magic system in the game until I have a story, because the magic systems are highly tied to the story. If you've ever read a fantasy novel like Brandon Sorensen's series, the magic system is like the core of the story. So I can't, if I just threw magic into the game, it would feel disconnected from the story later. So I need to get a story down, then have the magic system reflect elements of the story. And then probably the item system and everything else will change according to the story too. How do hit points and damage being calculated between the client and the server? It's all done on the server side right now. So attack.lua, I believe, is for players. Yeah. So it gets your weapons attributes, the target's armor, that kind of thing, and then it does a roll to hit. And I like Dungeons and Dragons rules, so I do a 1d20. Add your attack bonus and compare it to your target's dexterity, and if it goes over or it rolls a natural 20, then it's a hit, and we roll for damage. And we do a particle effect, and we play a sound, and we deduct the hit points, and if they 0 or lower, the monster dies, which might drop loot, destroying the monster, and you get experience points possibly. Or if you miss, you miss. And I even grant experience points if you miss, sometimes. And then for like the damage roll, that was in utilities, right? Utilities.lua. Roll damage, yeah. So it's just however many rolls of whatever, how sided die, and then there's so you deduct the damage reduction, and you do at least 1 point of damage. So it's all done in Lua scripts right now on the server. So when I work more on the game mechanics, it's going to be in Lua, and the story is going to be a combination of Lua and this in-game dialogue editor. So like if I wanted to enhance the story of the armorer to have him sell other things, I would have to do it by adding more conversation nodes here. So, or maybe armor would go to a special state where, first before saying yes or no, maybe he gives you a menu of what kinds of armor he can sell you, and then there's a third dialogue state where you say yes or no to whatever armor that you're picking. I mean, amend? Return 8 decided by a roll of a dice. Hard-coded 8. Yeah, tied to the Constitution, yeah. So, not that kind of Constitution, though. Not the... And it's not just Americans who have constitutions, you know? Other countries do, too. Are the RNG pre-deterministic? Thank you for the follow. The math random is a Lua function, which is a pseudo random number generator, and I think I seed it. I might not even bother actually. Do I do a? Let's see what is. Let's look for all the math dots in Lua. I don't even know if I bother seeding the random number generator, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I don't think I do. Yeah, so it's a pseudo random number generator in the Lua library embedded in the server. So the server is persistent, so it's just it is deterministic, but it's going to be seeded with some value when the server started, and then just a string after that. Why the heck does it start counting at 1 instead of 0? Who knows? I kind of like it in some respects. The n is no longer the length minus 1, it's the length. It's just you move the problem from one end of the array to the other. You're always going to be off by 1 either way, between the length and the last index, or the beginning index and 0. Lua is a dialect that many people talk, but no one understands. I actually kind of like it. It's simple. It's easy to embed. I made a video about it, so if you wanted to, does my Lua thing link to that? Yeah, I made a tutorial about how you can put Lua into a program. What's the Hey there, Mr. Balrog. I was waiting to see if you'd get here today. What's the chemical elements represented by the element of surprise? Good one. Okay, this built, right? And we're going to run them. So let's run these tests. Cool. So all of the tests which expect nothing work because we're actually not doing anything. All the ones that actually expect something will fail. What about the one where it was new? How did this one pass? Well, that's weird. I didn't implement create row, did I? How did this pass? That's weird. That one should not that should not be possible. I mean, Gadam is a superstar, but he's not that much of a superstar. Yeah, the tilde equals instead of the not equals. Personal preference, right? Some people prefer it. Debatable. How could that be? Okay, maybe this does nothing. That's the problem, right? This add didn't actually do anything. Let me debug to that. What does expected serialization look like? Pointer, object, kv should be... Oh, right. I know, I did this wrong. Okay, it's not add, it's dictionary. So it actually is index Gadam equals superstar. That's the expectation. That won't happen though. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with people talking about stuff unless it gets out of hand. For me, I usually stick to the point of there are elements of team conformity and rules, and then there's personal preference. So if you're a solo dev, and especially if you're doing closed source stuff, like I am sometimes, it's all personal preference, because I'm not doing it, I don't need anyone else to read it or understand it. If it's for open source, I try to stick to rules I set for myself that are consistent. I think consistency is important. Now, if I was working in a team, Then you have to bring in team dynamics, rules, and conformity, right? How strict is your team? Does your team lead have rules or not? And just to keep their people in the team happy, you might have to sacrifice some personal preference to work with others. All right, so then I need to implement create row. This shouldn't be too hard, actually. I will be checking to see if it's a table or not. No, wait a minute. I have this with table. I can use that, right? Oh, no, this just visited every row. I'm probably just going to have to do this. Yeah, the same code here. Actually, it's going to be common between these. Do I want to do... Oh, let's just do it once here. Best to get into the habit of writing your code standardized. I think you should pick some standard, even if it's a personal preference-driven one, and just be... I think consistency is important, too. Perhaps more important than whichever standard you pick. What's this imager link? Oh, we're talking about the not equal, the mathematical not equal that you get from the ligatures, font ligatures. Did anybody talk about which font this is? I'll drop the font link. And you can change it in your command palette JSON settings. If you turn on font ligatures for a font family that has them, you can get the same thing. Yeah, Fira code. One could spend a... Yep, I agree. Okay, I need impl in front of all of these, actually. Okay, first we're finding... I should be detecting if the table exists or not. Yeah, I should be doing this. Check out Ubuntu Mono. All right. I will. Thank you for the link. I hope it's okay that I don't check it out now. I have to kind of keep a balance between interacting with you guys and working, but I put it in my notebook to look at later. It's originally from the Ubuntu command line. Okay, I'll check it out. Okay, the create row. We want to... Oh, I used my clipboard for something else. I want to find the table first. If there's no such table, there's no such table. Oh, I've got to make a test for that. We should be doing a create row. Tables does not exist. I can actually copy one of these. Create row, no such table. I should also have a create row where the column doesn't exist. And I should have a create row where the column exists, but the data type is different. Or do I care about that? I don't really care about that. Okay, so this is... Yeah, so we're writing to does not exist. Something that otherwise would have worked. And it shouldn't change anything. Oh, all right, I'm not done with this code over here. Still can't get used to clipboard history. Oh yeah, I don't use them with multiple clipboards thing because I would most certainly leak a credential if I were to try to do that. I think if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably use it, but I have to be really careful. I have to go out of my way to make sure I don't put secrets in the clipboard and accidentally paste them in chat or something. I hit paste and it's like, oh, there's my password. Okay, create row. The table needs to exist. And then, yeah, I should make this right away. I should have a... Maybe build it into this test. We can have a column that doesn't exist. Yeah. It would just do nothing. So name and then foobar. Let's just call it foo. And this is foo bar. Foo standard move foo. It should just have that and not have the foo in it. All right. I'll say so in the act. By the way, we're also going to test trying to insert a data for a column that doesn't exist in the table. Foo. Column foo that doesn't exist in the table. Yeah, the password manager I use actually has that feature where I use KeyPass and it'll clear the clipboard after a certain number of seconds. I actually kind of like that because I can use it on stream. I just have to not paste soon after using KeyPass on stream. You replace an extra name variable? I did. Oh yeah. How do you spot these things? You're really, really perceptive. That should have been name.type. Because the data and then the type. Data, type, data, yeah. So much better at spotting those things than I am. Okay, I'm still on this thing though. Okay, so if we find the table, then if it's a string type key, then we have to see if it has the key or not. So if table dot has... Actually, there's another thing I just thought of. What if we try to add a row and there's a key, but we don't provide a value for it? Where our nose is made at the old factory. Okay. Chat, the streamer's IntelliSense. Exactly. So one benefit from streaming is that people will tell you all your mistakes. Yeah, so I need to have a version of this where the key is not given. Create row key missing. So I don't need this. Expect starting serialization, even though we provide a name but not an entity. So if we provide a name for a new NPC, it shouldn't get added because we didn't provide a key. And there needs to be two versions of that too, not string key and key missing. And there needs to be one for string key. String key and key missing. So let's just pull this out and place it. Oh, that comment got copied too. I don't need that comment. This one, don't need that. All right. So key value, we're going to add just a value without the key. Should have no effect. Wouldn't that be assert false though? Are you expecting the test to fail? Oh, did I leave in an assert false? I've already gone. I think the stream delay is killing my ability to understand where you're marking it. Why did the ketchup blush? It saw the salad. Mr. Balrog, you are a treasure. That's okay, Chris. Yeah, I go too fast sometimes, and I've already gone past where you were trying to point it out. I think it's probably in there, and I'll find it, and then I'll give you a point. Table has right. If the table already has the key, oh, this is where I was like, I need to find out, did we get the key or not? What if a table didn't? What if a table doesn't have a key? It's possible a table doesn't have a key, right? Yeah, so we should be doing a check here. No, you can have a table without a key. Just have generic data that's not keyed, like an array of things. Could be an association. It could be a many-to-many association. So then there's no key, right? So I should only do this if there's a key. That means I need to have a test for it. Let's add a kind of table where there's no key. Let's do it this way. I'll copy this schema and make a new schema, and this one will be, I don't know, quests. And so these are like, there's no key here because it's a many-to-many association. So it'd be, the name would be the NPC. It's not a key. And the other one would be quest, which is also an int, and it's not a key. So quests would look like something like this. So Alex could be on 2 quests, right? So this is NPC, and then the quest could be like 42. Quest number 42, right? So the Alex is on quests 42 and 43, and then we'll put Alex on quest 43 also. So this is a many-to-many relationship. You can't have a key here because we have quests showing up twice and we have NPCs showing up twice. And it's really just associating 2 different tables. I didn't bother to make a quest table, but you get the idea, right? Then we can do a query for like which quests is Alex on. We'd have to find the entity number of Alex and then ask the database, what are the quests where the NPC is 1? And the answer would be 42 and 43. By key I mean primary key, unique primary key. So there's no primary key here. There are 2 foreign keys. Yeah, I mean you could have indexes for these 2 things, but there's no strict like one-to-one thing. How's the SQLiting? SQLite is ready to go, Grumpy Game Dev. I'm just doing the JSON first, and then I'll do the SQLite, and then I'll convert my data. And I forgot to say hi to someone. My stream helper says Smur666 chatted a while ago and I didn't say hi. I must fix this oversight. Hello. You have a generic generator 1 internally. Yeah, well, I'll probably handle the foreign key stuff later. I just wanted... Key right now means primary key. Okay, so if there's a primary key, then create row will require it, right? Otherwise, we don't need to worry about it. All right. You can tell I'm a database noob too, right? I'll probably learn something about databases as I do this. One goal I should have probably is try to keep my data schema simple. The more complicated I make the schema, the more in trouble I might get. And the more vendor locked I could get. If there is a key, then, well, the column needs to have the key. So this is just an array, right? Yeah, it's just a vector. So I could just get the index of which one is the it doesn't matter. I just look through it, right? Oh no, it does matter, because if it's a string table, I need to know what value to put in there. All right, so then I should at least get the index of it. So size t key index is 0 for I is less than table, which I should have gotten here. Does that actually work? Oh, so that should work, right? No, it's a JSON value. Oh, I don't want data. I want table schema. I will want the data in a bit, but the table schema is tables. Oh, what am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. This is table. Table schema is tables entry. Arrow second. Yes, table definition. All right, and then so table schema dot column definition size plus plus I. If that is key index equals. Wait, what am I doing? I'm running through the wrong thing. It should be columns. If columns I name is the key name, then that end break. Column size. Let's get a num columns is column size. Apparently our cat is hiding from everybody in the house, and Mrs. Raymond is wondering where the cat went. You can request your data. Is there any delay per request? Oh, food time for Con Chris. Okay, see ya, Con Chris. Why'd the baker go to work? He needed the dough. Enjoy your gaming, Mr. Balrog. You can request your data. Is there any delay per request? Oh, you mean in the privacy policy? If you're talking about the game's privacy policy, the delay is there's 0 delay because you can just hit that download my data button and you get it. But if you mean like other data that I might have to get, then I don't remember. I think I put something in there like I'll get it to you within a week or something. I don't remember. Okay, if key index is num columns, then no key was provided, so we return early. Okay, we already established there's a key. So if the key is a string type, we're dealing with the table. If the table has the oh, I was going to no, we had that. We have the key index, right? So it has columns key index value dot. I should also make sure it's a string, right? Data dot text. Do you reference? Then we're also not modifying anything. Yeah, let's verify the type is correct. Oh, I could do that here. Table already has row with this key. If dot type is not equal to data type text, return key must be a string for JSON. Hey there, one guy. How are you doing today? You're just one guy, but you're a very special one guy. Okay, we've established that the key is a string. We've established that the table doesn't have the key. So I need to arrange the value to post in there. So that would be auto I guess row is a JSON object, and we're going to fill it with values from the columns. So I want to repeat this, don't I? Actually, I can just... No, I need it by index, because we don't want to put the key in there. So for that, if I is equal to key index, continue. Otherwise, I need to encode the text. So I think we're going to do a switch by columns I value type case data type text. Integer, real, boolean, and then the default. I think for the default, I'm going to just have it return. Bail out. Is it like ORM for JSON? It's less of an ORM and more of like a direct interface to a database's SQL queries. So rather than representing game objects, for example, we just give direct access to create, retrieve, update, and destroy rows. Because I kind of already have an ORM. For example, this is what the database looks like now. Let's collapse it so you can see at the high level. So there are, like, for example, there's a players table, so to speak. And in there, one entry of the table has these different rows in it, right? Well, I have a corresponding players.cpp, or .hpp, which has all the stuff in it. Where do I show that? It's player record, actually. So the hash, the salt, the iterations, the algorithm. There's the hash. There's the salt. There's the iterations. There's the algorithm. So this is my ORM, so to speak, only it's disconnected from the database. Right now, it goes directly to a JSON file. I'm moving this to go through an abstract interface that looks like a database so that I can have it either go to a JSON or go to a real database. Yes, I've already got my objects. So if I go to players.cpp and go to serialize, I do have a serial. I'm in the wrong players CPP. This one, and I go to serialize. This is so the game object players directly writes the current JSON format. It just does it right there. So instead of doing this, I'm going to be moving it to instead of serializing, we're going to be whenever something in the player changes, we would tell the database to update the row. So yeah, right now, like an update, or what is it called? I guess any of these, right? So like if we were going to set the password, right now it saves it in memory, and then when we're told to serialize, it writes it to the JSON file. Instead, this will, instead of modifying it in memory, we're going to go through our database and do update row. And we're going to say update the row where the player ID is ID, set the hash, salt, and iterations. And then in the JSON adapter, it'll do the equivalent of this. And then when we tell the JSON wrapper to commit, then it'll do the equivalent of this big hunking serialize at the where it just was. Where was that? Serialize. This one. So I want to put that in a separate thing, because then what this data object would do with a real database is, instead of serializing to JSON, it would be going to an alternate implementation of this interface, and then that would actually go to a real database and not have to write it out to JSON anymore. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Why didn't it like this line? Oh, I think IntelliSense is just really confused right now. Let's get rid of these visitors. I think that's confusing things, and I'll just build again. Yeah, IntelliSense was just confused. All right. So if it's text, then row. All of these are going to be row and then index by columns columns I dot name equals So this will be columns I value data text dereferenced. And an integer, it's not by pointer, it's just data integer. A real, it's data real. And Boolean, it's data Boolean. All right, and then I just put the row in there. So that's impl data. And then the name of the key was what? Can we pull that out? That's really complicated. Let's pull that out. Const auto key name or key value. Key is that. And make that a reference. So that should be a reference to a string. Yep, and then I can say, does it have the key? If so, table already has the key. Otherwise, we're going to insert it there. Standard move row. All right. Then the else is if it's not a string type of key. Then I'm adding a row where the key just is in the data, right? And we've already verified that the key, a value is given for the key here. So this should be key not provided in the row, in the data for the row. Let's put here, locate the key in the row to be inserted. If the keys for this table are strings, we're going to be adding an object, or we're going to be adding the row as a value in a JSON in a JSON object, whose key is the key of the row. Do I need to even say that? That's redundant. It's just that, right? And for this else, let me do what I hardly ever do and break it out and say otherwise. The keys for this table are non-strings. So we're going to be adding the row as a value in a JSON array, which where the key is stored in the array. So technically this I should split out as another function. And the key index for here would just be like invalid or something. Let me do this. So let's pull this out as a separate function. Where to put it? It could be a pure function, right? So I can just put it in like an anonymous namespace. Namespace anonymous. And we'll do using namespace cluster member store, because that's my new convention. And then we're going to get back a JSON value, right? And we're going to be, it's basically encode a row of some kind, and it does this. Return row. All right, and then it's going to need, okay, number of columns. It's going to need columns too. Num columns is just the size of the column, so I can recompute that up here. But I do need the columns, right? Where was columns? Columns, columns, columns. Then one of these, right? And then I need a key index. So size T key index. And then it's reusable now. I can just call encode row. I can say that's just encode row columns key index. And then just delete all this stuff right here. Oh, except for that. No, that early return I don't need to worry about. It's this I can delete. There we go. All right. Have you used C++ database libraries? I've used a C database library, not a C++ one. The C database library I used was SQLite, and I did that on Monday. So, for example, where's the play one example? Here it was. SQLite 3 open is how you open the database. So this is C. I'm using it in C++, and then doing a little trick here where I make a unique pointer, which has a custom deleter, which calls SQLite 3 close. I really like doing this pattern because then instead of having a raw pointer, I use a unique pointer which cleans up after itself. Using C for anything object-oriented is like a punishment. I kind of agree with that to at a point. For simple stuff, I think it's fine. But when it gets a little overboard, then it's like, why are you not using why are you not using a language that supports object-oriented programming? Especially when someone makes the decision to like, let's just use C, but then everything they use it for is with objects. It's like, why not just pick Rust or something, or C++ or something that just gives you that concept? Hey there, Sourcify. I should also say hi to Keskin and Suckle Monster. I like that name. Sourcify, hi. Allows drivers from many other databases. Gotta check out CPPDB. I can check that out. I kind of feel like I'm making my own thing right now. If CPPDB supports JSON, I might look into it and replace my own custom stuff with that. I kind of enjoy doing stuff myself from scratch, unless it's super complicated, and then I might, but thank you for that reference, though. I will look it up. So yeah, I did this within only a couple hours, right? It was no big deal. You open and close a database with these. You need to prepare statements, binding parameters for prepared statements, stepping through a query, getting the data. So it wasn't that hard. Not sure if it supports JSON, but you can make a custom driver. That's true. That's what I'm doing today. I'm making a custom driver for a custom wrapper. Maybe check out libason sanitizers. I know. It's already on my to-do list, Nui. I have like a million things in the to-do list. Oh, this is something else that you didn't already tell me about? Okay, I'll add it to the list. I don't know what libason is. Oh, so it's just a different set of sanitizers? I'll give you a point for that. Clang's memory leak thing is next level. I haven't had that much trouble with memory leaks ever since I started using unique pointer and shared pointer. That has solved almost all of my memory leaks. Yes, I do need to stretch. Let me get this create row done, and then I'll take a quick break. So for string type tables, that's true, but otherwise it doesn't matter, right? Otherwise we're just doing this, and we're not adding a key. We're doing an add, and we're encoding the row. And here I'm just going to use num columns. Actually, can I get away with not putting a parameter here if I default this to columns.size? Well, let me do that. Be sweet if it did. Oh, nope. Guess not. Nope, nope. So I gotta do num columns there. Basically make sure it always includes all the keys. What didn't pass here? The return. Oh, I forgot about that. If there's an invalid data type somewhere, how do I want to signal that? An invalid row? So I would return JSON value. Then I would need to check that, actually. So I would need to do something like this. Auto row equals that. If row get type is JSON value type invalid, return. And do the same thing down here. And in both places here and here, I want to do a standard move row. Yeah. And I don't want key index here, I want num columns. Otherwise I would have done this outside the if else. Can't even touch your toes? And you're like super fat? Well, that's a problem. It has more than memory leak checks, as undefined stuff checks. Yeah, I should probably be using it. Stop being fat, that's a really hard thing to do for some people. Exactly. A kappa belongs with that, I think. Okay, if there's no key, then it's really simple. It's always going to be an array, right? Then I just reduce it to this, don't I? Yeah, wait a minute. When all of this leads to that point, right? So what if I just ended this here? Return. And then if we get here, then it's either there is no key, or there's a key but it's encoded. Okay, if we get here, the keys, the table either has no key, or the keys are non-strings, so we're going to be encoding the row as a value in a JSON where the key, if any, is stored in the array. So there's no else. I can unindent that and all the way out. And we don't have that unless I pre-compute that above there. Let's do that. Well, that's good. Losing 45 pounds is a good thing. That's more than 10% your weight. That's not bad. No, just distracting. Also, your voice could come through the stream if you're too loud, but you weren't that loud. All right. Back to the tests. Let's see how many tests that I passed now. Only 147 centimeters tall. That would be a plot twist, wouldn't it? Okay, let's run these tests. Okay, I failed some of them, so let's find out why. Okay, what's different in the data? Okay, what's the difference? What is this test supposed to do? Create a new NPC named Steve. So let's see, did the NPC Steve get in here? Expected one has, right, an entity named Steve. What does the actual have? It doesn't have Steve at all. Okay. Let's find out why. Because this should have been okay. Yeah, I think we got to step through it to find out why. It's debug. Found the table. There's a key. Found the key right away. It was the first one. Key index 0. It's not a string type, so encode the row and add it. And is the commit not working? The serialization should have the data in it then. Object, NPCs, second. It's an array, so array value. Oh, it didn't get added. Oh, did I make a copy instead of making a reference? In create row. Table. Oh, no, that's wrong. That needs to be table.add. Then this should be table key. Yeah, it's not impl data. Good thing I have tests, huh? Still wrong. Okay, what about the actual? Okay, it's in there. Where is there a foo bar? Oh, we didn't test that. Yeah, I did that on purpose. I included a key that shouldn't have been in there. Yeah, okay, good. Good thing I added that. Okay, so then right in the encode row, we need to make sure that it's somewhere in the columns, right? No, it means the encoder needs to be given an extra bit of information, right? It needs to be given the table metadata. Yep, so encode row needs the table metadata. There and there. Table schema, yeah, okay, and then that could be a const. We don't need that. Table definition. Const table definition. Table definition. Right, so for every column we need to see if the column name shows up as something in the table's columns. We'll plug in VS Code added the pass fail for G test. That is something that was added to this catch. Where did it go? Why don't I see it in the list right now? Did he change the name of it? It should have been CA. Maybe he changed the name of it. I don't see it now. Oh, he changed it to C++ testmate. When did that happen? Okay, this used to be called Catch2 Google Test Explorer. It was a long name, so he must have renamed it recently. So it's C++ testmate. The colorization was something recent. So this is an adapter that goes between goes between Google Test and the Test Explorer UI. This one. So you need both really, because the Test Explorer UI is this panel which connects into this, and it's that connector between that when it gets the test results, it will tell Test Explorer UI what to put, and it also colorizes the lines and stuff. It looked like there was a. Do I dare update it? It says reload required. I don't want to reload live on stream, but yeah, I guess he renamed it to C++ testmate. German, yeah, German's a cool language, I think, because they have some really long, cool-sounding words. I don't even want to try, because I'll probably say the wrong word and you'll all laugh at me. Okay, yeah, back to this. For every column here, we need to see if it's in the table definition. So const auto column definition is table definition, column definitions, find columns I name. If column definition is outside this range, okay, is this not an array? Oh, it's a vector. Why did I do that? I don't want to have to seek through. Maybe I can make a cache internally. Yeah, I hesitate to have a cache though. I'll just do this with a vector right now. So it would be something like I guess I can have a helper. And then we can it's abstracted out. So something like this. find column definition, or get column definition from the table. Let's have this on another row. Columns I name. That can be a pointer. So if it's null, then continue. We're just going to ignore the column if it's not valid. So get column definition needs to be another thing. So this is column definition pointer const. Get column definition from a table definition name or column name. So for const auto column definition in table definition.column definitions. If column definition dot name is the column name, return address of column definition. And otherwise return null pointer. Done. Yeah, isn't that strange? Chicken isn't renamed to when you cook it. It's just, and that's a problem in Minecraft, right? They have to have uncooked chicken and cooked chicken or something like that, because the name doesn't change. Hey, look at that! I passed my test. This one's failing though. So it actually does make a change, even though we use the same key. Oh, that's right. I never did a check for that. I think I'm going to want to have a map. Yeah. An unordered map for that kind of, because otherwise it's going to be prohibitively expensive to find things. Okay, so then yeah, I'll bite the bullet here. We're going to have an unordered map. Now that I think about it, it's it's going to be kind of complicated to do this, because every time if you delete a row, we're going to have to update this map everywhere. Because if you delete a row from JSON, if I choose to have the data as a big JSON object, then it becomes expensive to delete a row, because deleting a row then changes the index of every row that came after it. How often am I deleting rows, though? Actually, quite often, aren't I? Well, this is only temporary, right? I'm moving to SQLite, so who cares about it being slow? All right, yeah. The way I store it in the database already is slow, right? This is already an array. Oh, what's this? 5 more subs? My goodness. Good damn. You're awesome. Why all these subs? Oblivioneer got a sub. I don't recognize anyone else there. Oh, Grumpy Game Dev got a sub. And so Oblivioneer, Grumpy Game Dev, and 3 people who I don't recognize got subs. Viewer of the year already, yeah, pretty much. Thank you again. Don't forget to, yeah, I will stretch. I will. I promise. Just gotta get through these tests. Thank you again, Godam. You're awesome. If you're close to 25, so figure why not. Well, I think you've definitely doubled my sub points at this point. So probably up to 50 now. Which actually unlocks something from me, right? Would Twitch tell me if I unlocked it now? Shouldn't that show up under Achievements? Hold on. Now I'm kind of wanting to look. Ah, that's weird. Oh, I wish this would show up here. Hold on. I must find this now. New tab. No, I guess not. You don't unlock anything at 50 sub points? I thought I would unlock a another emote slot. Oh, that wouldn't show up under achievements. That would be under community roles manager, right? No. They always make these things hard to find. Is it content? No. Preferences? Preferences, affiliate, emotes. Yep. You have unlocked this another emote slot. Good damn. Now I have 2 free emote slots. Check it out. I'm not going to show you the whole page, but I'll show you this much of it. Look at that. There's another free emote slot. So now there's 2 emote slots free for new things. Thank you, Gadam. Single-handedly unlocked an emote slot that's been locked for about 1.5 years. All right, maybe we need to make it something that Gadam asks for. I think that's fair. So Gadam, what kind of emote would you like? If you want to do it, that's fine. Otherwise, we have artists. I can ask Playing with Scissors if he could do it. We need Raimu Cool. Well, let's let Gadam decide. I'm sure he'd consider suggestions. With the glasses, okay. Let's see what Gadam says. I think he deserves to have a say. Yeah, just a suggestion. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to have no, I wasn't going to bother. I was just going to not have a map here. No, I do want a map because why? Actually, why do I care? What am I doing this for again? It was for this test that failed, right? Yeah. It's going to be really expensive if I don't do this. We're going to have to search the whole table to see if the key's there or not. You know, that's okay. Well, I don't want to prematurely optimize this. That's why I don't want to do that. Yes, so in this... Actually, there would be an else here then. Otherwise, make sure the table doesn't already have a row with this key in it. Raimu coffee, huh? But I don't drink coffee. Maybe you could draw up a... or describe... You know... Somehow let me know what you have in mind. Please take your time, though. We've got as much time as you need. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to do this brute force here. I hate to do this, but yeah, for const auto... actually, it's not const auto. Size t I, 0 I is less than table get size plus I. That can't be const. I'm staring that red squiggly in the face. Now I know why. Because it was not const. Alright, I'll just assume it's an int, so if... So I need to get the key's value. I already have this, right? It's here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract this part then. I'm going to extract that as another thing. This is going to be JSON value encode value. Return this. So these are all returns then. And then I technically don't need all this abstraction here, right? I can just do that. And then this would be the type. And then this is a value. Like that. Cool. And it's just value here. Awesome. It also has to be coffee's your lifeblood. Or deal with it rhyming with the sunglasses. Okay, let me write these things down. We'll figure this out. Maybe I'll post it on Discord to get see if people can help elaborate on it or maybe come up with ideas. So new emote in appreciation for Gadam's gift subs. All right, so this is what we have so far from Gadam. That either something about Kaifi, I'm gonna auto correct you, or something with sunglasses. Okay, deal with Raimu. Okay, because that's what Epic Unknown was suggesting too. All right, that's what we have so far. Yeah, no problem. All right, so this would be row that equals, well, except for we have that problem, right? I'll do it this way. Const auto, no, not const. Encoded value equals encode value columns I value. If encoded value dot get type is equal to JSON value type invalid, return an empty JSON, an invalid JSON. Otherwise, store it. This word. Standard move, encoded value. And delete that. And then I get to reuse this down here. And I want to do it I want to do that with the key, right? Yeah. Encode value, and this is key index. Shouldn't I do this up front? Yeah, because I do a return anyway. Actually, this is very specific, right? You know what I could do? I can do that before here. I can say interpret the key. Encode the key value. Encode the key. And if it's invalid, we just return and not do anything. And this is not encoded value. This is encoded key. And then here I can just say if encoded key get type is not equal to JSON value type string. Has to be a string. Otherwise, we can get down to here. Yeah, and then it's easy. I can say if table I and then key name. Key name, right? I think. Yes. If that equals encoded key, then return early. There we go. I did it. Hey there, Jackamus. I also forgot to say hi to the Epic Unknown, because he is epic. And then Shake Soda, of course. Hello. And Jackamus. What's the huh for? Hold on for a second. I needed to see I needed to see something my one of my kids was showing me, and it was they got successfully have a bouncing ball in Blender going for their animation class. Wasn't it discord.com? The discordapp.com. Oh, I missed it. Now I see it. Aiden Garcia, did you know that Discord has grown up? It's discord.com now. It wasn't discord.com before? Oh, did someone else hold on to the domain name and they finally got it? Well, congratulations, Discord. All right, yeah, I was obviously confused there for a second. Hey, look, we're passing the test now. Yay. Okay, now to this test. String key and key is new. It's still not wrong. Okay, so we are adding Gadam as a superstar. Why didn't... Okay, what did we actually get? Oh, it encoded it as... It coded it strangely. Why is it value superstar? Oh, I think I might know why. It's in here. Maybe? Wait. Did I design this table wrong from the get-go? I think I did. I think that's been wrong the whole time. Yeah. Oh, thank you for that follow. I think the fact that this has a name value, this should be a JSON object with the word value, and its value is bar, and that's correct. And that has to be double bracketed with an end there. Okay, and that means the tests are wrong too. The tests that are expecting is to be added. Right, so the expected serialization is always a JSON object. But then this has to have value superstar. Yes. Cool. All right. Getting there. Get my test to pass. Describe tables is broken? Oh, did this have... Oh, shoot. Because I added another table, didn't I? I added this quest table. Yeah. Go to here. What would that look like there? That's how it is in the JSON. As a table definition, it would be quests has column definitions npc int false and quest int false, right? Yeah. There we go. Yes, I am. Well, no, I'm not a boomer. Boomer is someone who was born in the baby boom. I was not. My parents are boomers, though. So you're one generation off, Joe Mama. I was trying to convince my mom to do a YouTube video on slide rules, and then if she did, it would be a boomer YouTube video. No, boomer is someone born in the 60s or 50s or something like that, right? No, 1950s. I'm not that old. Do I look that old? I assure you I'm not that old. One generation off. Okay, so all the crate rows are passing. I said I would take a break and stretch. It won't be that long of a break. When I come back though, I need to get retrieve. So I've done the create, and then I got to do retrieve, update, and destroy. Retrieve should be easier, and yeah. So create, I did the hardest one first, right? Retrieve, actually update. Update is going to be as hard as create, I think. Retrieve should be easy. Destroy should be easy. Snapshot install snapshot should be easy too. So I got one difficult one to do, a couple of easy ones, and I'll be done with JSON. And I can move on to SQLite. Don't look like a boomer? That's okay. 1945, 1965. Yeah, so I'm not that old. And how do you say your name? SZCZ. How do you pronounce that? Sizzes? Sizzes Waney? Hi. Testing unlocking emotes. It does work. Hi. Oh, I'm going to take a quick break, and when I come back, I'm going to be working on the retrieve, update, and destroy. This is all part... Let me just give a quick summary before I go on break. This is all part of taking the data from my game, which looks like this. I'm going to walk around in the game world. Is anyone playing? There's Pink Fluffy Llama. You are now unmasked because you logged in with Twitch. What are you doing in the game? Fighting the slimes. No, don't let the slime kill you. Oh, you just died. You died. You're dead. Look at that. The health... Oh. Wait a minute. What was that extra hit there? That was weird. Oh, no. Now you just resurrected. Now you're... Yeah. Escape. Run away. Anyway, this game, the data behind this game right now is stored in one massive... let's go back to the town. Hold on. Start a town, go. It's all stored right now in one massive JSON file. This is not going to be scalable, so I'm attempting to break my game away from how it stores its data. Initially, we're just separating the two, so we're still using JSON, so I'm making a JSON wrapper that looks like, the front end of it looks like a database. It's got create, retrieve, update, and destroy, right? Just like any old database would have. But it's implemented still in terms of JSON. So that's step one. In fact, I have this as a database migration state. Step one is to separate it with an interface. Then we're going to have a real database replace JSON, and then change the game to use the database interface. So it's all in an attempt to scale up how we store the data. So data in the game looks like all this. This is Aiden's character. And it's all stored in JSON, and we're moving into a real database now. How do you start? So the buttons along the bottom kind of give a hint about what actions you can do. Where you started in the dungeon, there was an NPC there you could have talked to, who could have helped guide you out of the dungeon. And I haven't yet put in enough tutorial stuff to explain that. So a lot of it's going to be trial and error until I finish that. But mostly the game is test content right now anyway. But let me go take a quick break, and then I'll resume this work. I will take, I don't know. Let's take 3 minutes. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, actually, before I go, let me say, if you've been sitting where you are and haven't gotten up to stretch, now would be a good time. Get something to drink, use the restroom. I'll be back in 3. See you in a bit. Hello! I came back with 2 seconds to spare. And look, I got in-game waves from Aiden and Pink Fluffy Llama. Hi. Let's... Oh, there are 4 people playing the game. Farm simulation. Items. You don't have anything in your inventory yet. What does Pink Fluffy Llama have? Nothing? Really? You guys are poor. Who else is playing? Aiden G. Okay, at least got some money there. And some equipment. Good. We know how to play this game, yeah? And Gadam's got lots of stuff. Okay, I forgot to close that one. Hold on. Who is it that is venturing into the dungeon without any equipment? Who is this? Pink Fluffy Llama. No, wrong one. Close. We should give you some kind of weapon, shouldn't we? What if I give you a clone of Gadam's sword? There. Have a sword, at least. I've equipped you with a sword. So you at least do some damage. Do you get a weapon properly? In the town, in the starter town, there is a sword giver, and you talk to him and you say sword, and he gives you a sword. That area's intimidating? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't balanced the game, so for new players it could be pretty intimidating. But anyway, moving on. Did I ever update this current task? Yeah, okay. And we're almost done with the JSON, I think. Retrieve rows. Okay, let's do this. Range, act, assert. Get rid of that red. All right, and then no arrange needed. The act is going to be db retrieve rows. Okay, so the table name. Let's retrieve. Let's do the quests one. Retrieve from table quests. I call it quests, right? Yeah, where the NPC is not 1. So the row selector. I forgot how I coded this. What's the row selector again? Right. So key match. In this case, it wouldn't be a key match, would it? I should have a third one where, like value match or something. Well, or just rename it to key match to be something else. How about column match? And then this would be column name. Right, so I need to build one of these. So standard move. What's the thing called again? Row selector. Oh, it's const. I don't need to move it. And then column selector, column selector, column selector. And then column descriptors. How do you regenerate? You can talk to the healer in town. Just say, talk to the healer, and I think you either say heal or they'll ask you, do you want healing? And you just say yes. You've linked your account. Let me give you some points for that. I'm being subbed to a bud for 15 months. You must have unlinked your account and then relinked it. Anyway, thank you for the resub to a bud. Good evening. How do you get to the town? I can pluck you up and place you in town. There you go. Now you're in town. Welcome to town. To get there, it's part of the maze. You find an exit and you end up right here. And now you're in town. Anyway. Let's build these things. Row selector. Type is row selector type column match. Row selector dot data dot column match dot column name is quest. No, it's an NPC. And row selector data column match value is 1. Or value dot data dot integer is 1. Type is data type integer. Hey, do you plan on improving the graphics down the line? If I get better at art. And hey there, hold on. My windows aren't set up right. Pink Fluffy Llama, by the way, hello. And Tuabud. Where is your chat? Not seeing. Oh, there it is. It's in purple. Same color as Pink Fluffy Llama, so it went under the radar for a second. Yeah, so Wings in the Sky, hello. I do plan on improving the graphics as I get better at art, or if I get artists to work with me. But right now, it's sort of low priority. Holy periods, Batman. Yeah, the graphics right now. That's what I'm capable of doing. That's the level of art that I have right now. So my apologies that the art isn't the best. I have to have storage for this. Column name storage. I need to improve this. This is going to be priority number 1, I think, on the refactor list for this. Because I hate having to make storage and an address of. This is just stupid. Function before beauty? Yeah. And then a column. So this is just, there's a lot of setup you have to do this, the database retrieval. I don't like it. I wonder if this is just gonna. I'm nervous that this is going to detract from the. What am I trying to say? I'm nervous that this is going to kill the optimization gain from going to a database. I'm wondering if this API is good or bad. I'm wondering if maybe this row selector, column selector, if I should be doing what SQLite does and have prepared statements instead. So the way they do it is you prepare a statement and then you bind stuff and then just step through the results, right? So I'm wondering if I should be doing the same thing here. Time to write a class to simplify database calls even more. I think this was just naive to me to be doing it this way. You know, I could keep this for off, like just one-off requests, but then I can add another interface for a prepared statement kind of a thing. I know it was sort of a joke, but like, I don't want to get carried away in the design, but I also don't want it to be too inefficient. Yeah. We'll just make it functional first. This was an array, right? Actually, I believe this one can be all inlined. So this can be all inlined as, let me see if I understand this. Column selector is a vector of strings. Yeah, okay. So it's the strings that we want. The columns that we want. I want quests and I want NPC. Or NPC and then quest. Actually, we could test doing it backwards. So if it's in reverse of how it's defined in the schema, where it's NPC and then quest, so we do quest and then NPC. Column descriptors. Yeah, this is another one where we have a value. Hold on, am I getting confused? Why do I have columns and column selector for retrieve rows? I'm guessing I don't actually want that. Whoa. That was loud. I forgot to mute my phone. There's that recruiting company calling again, and they never leave a message. And they never sent the email that they said they would send. Don't know what to do about that. All right, I think that this doesn't belong here. Yeah, I don't think this goes here. I think it's just, that's it. Retrieve rows. So no columns. The where clause is the row selector though. The column selector is like select what, where, in what, where, what. So there's like 3 parts of it, not 4. I think I just accidentally copy pasted that from somewhere else. Yeah. Okay, so then I should get back, this returns me data set, right? Const auto data. And that data set is a vector of column descriptors, and that's name value. So there should be 2 of them. Assert equal 2 for data size, and expect equal data, well, expect equal quest for data 0 dot, why is it giving me an at? Oh, it's columns, right? And then name, right? And then the value will have a type, and that will be data type integer. And then the value will be 1, I think. Value data integer. All right, and then the next one should be NPC. So that's, if I select that, and then I change the second 0 to a 1. Okay, I forget what the data was. Quest was 42, right. So if an NPC is 1, quests are 42 and 43. 42 and 43. Right, so then this repeats for data 1. It's 43. There we go. Cool. Now, do I want to do it where, different row selectors? Retrieve rows, column match. How would you handle sorting for this function? It doesn't sort at all. I'm just going to leave that up to the client to sort it. So I'm just expecting it to be in the same order in which I store it in the since it's a JSON array. I guess it shouldn't have, actually, I'm going to give you a point, because that leads me to think that I shouldn't have this test sensitive on the which index has 42 and which one has 43 in it. So there should be like bool quest 42 found and quest 43 found. Actually, there's an easier way to do this. That can have an unordered set. Unordered set. Oh, thank you for that follow. Just thinking a SQL query where you would want to do select. Yeah, I know you're talking about the order by, but I'm not supporting that right now. What's the emote idea? You said probably stupid, but that might just be that you don't, oh, the LED? How do I just see that without the ads and stuff? I don't know. It might not be stupid. I'll leave up to the viewers if what they think. Look, I'm trying to accept all ideas. A little tough to read the numbers, maybe a little bit. Well, but that could be adjusted. The concept though of having the number as an LED light. I actually have an LED light thing. I have this old Raspberry Pi that has a 4-segment digit thing on it. I could have it display 8354. Right now, it's just going to remain in my tool chest. I should do that, shouldn't I? Just to fit the theme of the stream. Anyway, unordered set. What was I going at here? These are, excuse me, are int max t's, right? Quests expected. Or quests not found. Equals 42 and 43. Yeah, just a random number that Discord assigned me. Because Raimu was taken. Tried to register Raimu on Twitch and said, nope, someone already has that one. I'm like, shoot. Okay, so we're just going to loop through these, I think. Size, ti is 0, I is less than data.get size. Oh, data.size, because it's already an array, a vector. Okay, so then we will expect certain things, right? For every row. Quest should be the first one's name, NPC should be the second one. This should be an integer. It's this one that we might not expect. So, auto quest not found equals quests not found find. Let's make a nice number for this. Const auto quest equals that. Find the quest. If, or expect true, false. That quest not found equals the quest not found end. So expect that we haven't found it yet. And then I'll do void quest not found erase quest not found. And then continue. And then at the end we expect true quests not found empty. So basically we make sure that we find everything exactly once and there aren't any that we didn't find. Okay, so that's column match. Should I have one for all? And that's a little bit more complicated. All. The row selector data doesn't need anything. There will be 3 things in the data, right? 42, 43, and 43. Okay, right, this is a little bit different. I need an unordered map, I think. Don't I? Hold on, let me think about this. I need a multi-map. Or something like that. There's no such thing as an unordered multi-map, is there? Or you know what I could just do? I can have an unordered set of structures. I'd have to make a comparator though. I could use pair. Pair has an assignment operator, right? I mean a difference operator, right? So standard pair of 2 integers. These aren't quests anymore, these are entries. Entry. Not using the I from the for loop? Maybe not. Oh yeah, thank you Toulouse. I skipped right past that. This data 0 should be data I. There you go. Same thing here. This is why Toulouse has like 239 points. Okay, so then this is a bunch of pairs. So it's let's go by NPC first and then quest. That's what we expect, right? And then we can't just do that. So we have to make an entry. So that's one of these pairs. Entry equals. So let's do these type and name expectations first. And then we're putting the name. I put the NPC first and then I put the quest, right? So that's 0. And then we're finding, see if it's in there. Yeah. So there we go. That works. Not yet, prof elements. You can gift them, yeah. Don't gift them to yourself though. There's a bug where you lose them. Okay. Does a pair not have a comparator operator? Oh, it can't be hashed. Oh, that's a bummer. You can't hash a pair. So does that mean I could just use set then? Because I just want to get this working. Set is doesn't need to be hashable. Okay. And then do I want to have one where the I want to have several where the thing we're searching for. Well, let's have one where the table doesn't exist. Retrieve rows, no such table. So here we would retrieve from foobar. And let's just say give me everything in foobar, just to keep it simple. And yeah, give me all the quests and NPCs from foobar, that's fine. So this should be 0. Or assert, actually say 0. No data given back. And then there should be another one where the column match valid column. There should be like an invalid column, no such column or something. Column match no such column. Close to that 1 million, needed to test it. Yeah, you're almost 10% of the way to throw it all away on a test. I could delete that test now, actually. I only needed that one day. Then I still need to come up with real rewards. Probably I'll have rewards like generate an NPC in the game or something like that. You pay X amount you to stretch. I was thinking that that you'd pay mana to generate things in the game or something like that. But I have to connect the pub sub into the game and then actually have some kind of world event that people can trigger. You know what I was thinking of? Was a special monster that would be really difficult to defeat and it would just wipe the floor with you. Some kind of like maybe a fire-breathing dragon that you could summon for 50,000 mana. That it would just rampage around the dungeon, just kill all the players in there. And then maybe despawn after a minute or so. And if players are able to defeat it within that minute, they would get some kind of really cool reward. Okay, no such column. So I want the column name. I want foobar. This should give me what? It shouldn't match anything, so that should be 0. Alright. And then do I want to have it where the type is different? There's a special case where we should handle where it's a string key, but we don't provide a string value for the column. Maybe I'll do that. So there it was KV, right? And the row selector would be like key and value. And if we have a key that we do an integer instead of a string, it should have no data. But it shouldn't crash, at least. World event bosses, exactly. Dragon hide armor, something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Or a dragon scale that, like, you could use for some kind of special ability. I don't know. I was just thinking about the dragon scale in World of Warcraft that lets you feather fall. This is probably enough tests. And what's wrong here? Actually, all of these are wrong, aren't they? No, just this one. This is because the name is not unique. Column match, wrong type for key. Okay, so run that. Of course that'll pass because it actually doesn't do anything. But we just want to make sure it doesn't crash. Okay, so these all probably fail because they're not returning anything, yeah. Okay, so then retrieve rows, here we go. Woohoo! Check to make sure the table exists. Let me just copy all of this, because some of it will be in common, right? Retrieve the row, retrieve the table, get the schema. Actually, let's just wait until we need it. I think what I want to do is construct a function object that we use that we iterate the table to build the results. So that means I'm going to want to do something like, in the end, it's going to do something like, we're going to make a data set, data, and then we're going to be doing impl with table. Actually, what does with table do right now if the table... Okay, so it assumes it exists. So that's why we do the check first. So with the table, table name, and then it's just a visitor, right? And the signature of that visitor is what? This one. Okay. We get a row as JSON along with the key. Do I need to know if the key is provided in the row? Yeah. Oh, we just get it extra. Okay, that's neat. But it's separate from the row. We can't assume it's in the row. Okay, that's fine. Does that mean I need to potentially copy it? Hold on. How do I use with table right now? Remove column name. Oh. You know, I never tested what happens if you try to destroy the column and the column is the key. What should it do, actually? It'll probably screw things up. I don't want to deal with that right now, but I don't want to forget either. So let me put it in the to-do list. Consider how to handle exactly what is this? Destroy column. Database destroy column when the column is the primary key. Because we could do it, but then JSON object would have to change to a JSON array. And that we're not doing yet. Anyway, with what else are we doing with table? Okay, nothing doing anything else. So what does that mean? That means it could contain... Hold on. Yeah, it could contain the key column. So I could adjust this to include the key in the table here. Oh, but this... It allows modification. Okay, that's a problem. Why did I do that? Let's just simplify that. Yeah, so the key... Oh, that's why, because I needed that. So the key might not be in the row, so I have to be careful about that. I need to add it back in there, essentially. V2 is more readable? V2 of what? Oh, imager. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. All right. Do I need to do this find key thing? I might have to. Yeah, let's do that. I think we'll need that here. Because a data set is a vector of column descriptors. A column descriptor is a name and a value. Got it. Okay. So yeah, if the data is in the row, we need to retrieve it out. And it'll be in the row unless it's the key. Okay. It's if the key is a string, right? Where do I do that? This one. Okay, so that means I'm going to want to capture this stuff, right? So I want to capture the key, and I want to capture by reference the data. And I want to say if there is a key to the table and it's a string, do I want to just record this once? Because what does this is string type do? Oh, it just does that. I can do this. I can capture this once. Out here. So const auto key is string is just this, like that. This should be impl in front, actually. Key, we can list these on different lines, actually. Let's move data up. All right. Too bad I can't put a comma for the last one here. If I do that, it doesn't like it. Okay. So we're forming a new column descriptors, aren't we? So column descriptors, columns, and then we need to loop through the row selector, don't we? No, the column selector. So can I get that by reference, actually? Will it let me do that? I guess. Yeah, because it's already a reference. And then, yeah, we need to run through this. So, for const auto column selector or column definition in column selector. Because a column definition is nothing more than a vector of strings. Oh, it's just names. Okay, so this should be column name. Right. So here's where I got to do if key is string and column name is equal to a key column name equal to the... Isn't key just a pointer? Oh, is it because of that? It's giving me problems? Oh, well, I needed the column, the table schema. I need that up here. Now it'll help me out here. How come it's not working? What's key? It's a string. Oh, because we redefined it here. Okay, so I need to make another name for this maybe? Or do I rename this one? This should probably be key schema. All right. If key is a string and the column name is the key schema name, then columns push back. What's a column descriptor again? Oh, maybe I should be forming that first. Yeah, it's the name and the value. Okay, so I have to actually go backwards from... I have to decode a decode value, right? I have encode value, I don't have decode value. This one goes from a database value to JSON, so I need to have it the other way around too. So I should do that first. Auto decoded value is decode value. Encode value takes just... Oh, it's just a value. Okay, so then it's row... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, this has to be a value, right? If we're in here, it's decoded value equals decode value. Actually, it's simple. I don't have to decode the value here. Decoded value dot type is a string. Data type string, a text. Decoded value dot data dot text. Oh, wait. I'm going to run into real trouble here because this is a pointer to a string. And I'm giving it back. Ooh, okay. I can't avoid this problem of lifetime management anymore that I thought I could. So I need to promote that value thing to its own class that manages the memory for that union. This data, or yeah, this value needs to be a class which manages the storage for this string, doesn't it? Similar to the JSON value that I made. Oh, I was hoping to avoid this, but I guess I can't. Do I have another union in here that I'm going to need to do the same thing to? Yeah. That too, I guess. Similar fashion. All right. So I'll put in a bug here. Bug leaks the string. And I'll fix the bug when I make value into a class. So this is just going to do a new standard string. And then it's going to make a copy of the what the key is, right? Key. There we go. Else decoded value is decode value row and then index the keys, the column name. Oh, thank you for that follow. Actually, don't I need to use the column selector? I am using the column selector. Got it. Okay. So it's possible it might not even be in there. So I should have like else if row.has column name. Then I put it in, right? Yeah. Hey there, Winterlore Games. How are you doing today? I'm deep in the midst of making JSON file look like a database. Column name. There we go. And then once we get the value, I'm going to want to add it to the data set. Or I'm going to push it into the where did I put it? Columns, right? Columns pushback decoded value. Oh wait, that's not exactly right. A column descriptor is a name and a value. So I should just do column descriptor, not decoded value. I can do it this way. Column dot name is column name. Column dot value is standard move decoded value. And then columns pushback standard move column. There we go. So I learned yesterday that if I did it in Rust, I wouldn't need to say standard move because the default assignment in Rust is move, a move semantic, not copy. Add that to the list of reasons why I should learn Rust. Okay. What's wrong with that? Oh, it's key schema. There we go. Didn't I stretch like not too long ago? Was it an hour ago? No, it wasn't that long ago. It doesn't seem to be that long ago. Okay, so this is if I don't have a row selector, right? Right, so I need a row selector. So I'm going to do this with a function. Const auto row selector equals what's it going to take? It's going to take a one of these, I think. And it's just going to say right now return true. And we're going to pass this thing by value here. And it's just going to basically say if not row selector key row, then return. Why didn't it let me do that? I captured it by value. Oh, because it already has a name. Okay, so then this is delegate. Giving it a fancy name. So I need to turn the row selector into a delegate. This is actually the delegate for the all. So the formal type for this was the same thing that the with table took, right? Table visitor. Let's rename it again. Yeah. Can I have a local name for this? Let's put it right here. I forget, can I do a using inside of a function? This is going to be a row selector delegate. Because we're going to make one of these. We're going to say that is one of these, and then we're going to do a switch on row selector dot type case row selector type all. Then the row selector delegate is that function. Case row selector type column match, it's something else entirely. And my convention is to put the break after that brace like that. And the default, we're going to bail. So to bail, we just return an empty thing, right? Return empty data set. All right. So let's, so verify table exists. I'm just going to comment these sections here. So make a delegate which performs the requested filtering and visit the table collecting requested rows, columns from requested rows, or from rows which meet the filter requirements. Okay. Why doesn't it like that? Does not like that. Oh, I said void, didn't I? That needs to be a bool. So it isn't the same as a visitor, actually. Okay, I don't have decode value yet. Otherwise, this would be great. This pushes it into the data set, right? No, it doesn't. I need to push it back into the data set. That's data. Push back standard move columns. Why don't I call that rows? Because that's what it is. Rows. Rows and rows. And put that there. And then we're just going to return the rows at the end. Return rows. Don't need any of this other stuff. All right, there we go. Easy peasy. How do I break this up? Okay. We're going to say skip this row if it doesn't meet the filter requirements. This one is pick out the columns requested for the row. And this one should say if the key is requested and it's a string, get it from we have it handed to us by the visitor. Actually, you know what? Even if it's let me think about this. The width table gave us the key always, right? So then, how did this work with an array? How does that work? Oh, it's just interpreted as a string even if it's not. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we don't even want to use it. If the key is requested as a string, we have it handed to us by the we have it handed to us already. Hold on. What did the cog mean? What cog? What cog are you talking about, Aiden? Let's have a comment here. Otherwise, fetch the column from the row if it exists. Fetch the column if it exists from the row. All right, and then add the column with its name. Do we even need the name? I might not. I might have to come back through here and get rid of that. Add the column with its name to the results. To do, consider just returning the value without the name. I think it's redundant to include the name. Oh yeah, that's the sub icon. Someone gifted you a sub. It was probably Gadam, because he's the only one been gifting subs, so you might want to thank Gadam for the gifted sub, if you didn't notice. Yeah, you can now use all of my mini emotes, the 3 of them. Alright, and so add the row to the output data set. Okay, do I even need to say that? I don't know. Okay, so obviously I need decode value, and I'm going to get into trouble with these value objects, but that's okay, you know. So here we go. This is going to be a value, decode value, const JSON value, value. I want to do a similar kind of switch, don't I? I want the, instead of this, it's get type, and instead of that, it's JSON value type string. And here I want to, okay, I want to actually construct the value. There's too many things called value. This is a decoded value. Decoded value dot type is value type, data type, text. Decoded value dot, here's where I'm going to get myself into trouble here, right? Data dot text is new standard string value. Bug. I already have this listed here, right? Yeah, leaks the string. We'll fix this in a little bit. Yeah, I actually have two open emote slots now because of all the gifted subs. So one, at least I want Gadam to decide what we want, and the other one, I don't know. Integer. Yeah, and then this one was decimal, I think. I need to do this. Type floating point. That's what it is. Okay, and then data type integer. We don't need a leak here. It's just integer. And this should do the type type cast for me implicitly, this assignment. It's too bad it doesn't actually pop up something with IntelliSense to verify that. Real equals value. This is real. Break. And then what do we do for the default case? I guess nothing. It's just going to be the default. Return decoded value. This instead of that, and this is Boolean and Boolean. All right. Yeah, so I have to fix that by giving this value thing, promoting it to a class that manages its own memory. But right now it's just going to leak it. Okay, I got a bug somewhere. I completely messed that one up. There we go. Is there no Boolean? I messed that up in two places. Sloppy. Function must return the value for retrieve rows. Yes, indeed. Right. Empty table. Cool. Let's run all the tests. And it utterly fails with an exception. Great. Probably because I don't know why. Let's run it. Run it. String comparison stuff. Okay. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's null. Key is null. Okay. Oh, right, because we were retrieving the quests. Okay, so this is a problem here. With table doesn't work if there's no key. Okay, so I gotta fix this. I suppose we could pre-compute what we're gonna give the visitor for its string. No, I can't. But I can do a ternary here. I can say key. If so, extract it out. Otherwise, it's an empty string. Run again. Okay, it didn't crash. Why did it only expected 1 and got 2 for the actual value? Oh, this is wrong. That's leftover from somewhere else, isn't it? Yeah. I think I just want to delete that. Yeah, because we already look at that. Okay, then that's it. Cool. And then the other one is not going to work at all because it's going to retrieve extra rows. Actually, it's going to crash. Yeah, because that's null. Okay, so I need to fix that. Yeah, it has to actually set a delegate. Here we go. Column match. So how does column match work? Again, it's a row selector. Right, so if it's a name matches a certain value. Okay, got it. So I have to encode the value and compare it, basically. And then I have to see if anything... Yeah, okay. Right. I know what to do. Where are we? So I need to construct the... I need to encode the value for the column. So const auto column value equals encode value row selector dot data dot column match dot value. That's a mouthful. All right, and then we're going to, what is that again? That's a JSON value. Let's take it by reference into this one. And I also need the name, so this one I can capture also by reference, right? I can capture the row, whoops, capture the row selector and the column value. Actually, you know, we could just if it's going to be oh wait, no, I can't do that. This is going to be used elsewhere, so I can't do this. It needs to be by value, but row selector doesn't, because it's within the scope of with table here. So I do need to make a copy of that JSON value. Yeah. All right. So then. Complicated thing is if it's the key. I need to do the similar thing down here, right? So I need to pre-compute this stuff. Yeah, I need to do this stuff up front. Way up here. Determine if the table is using a string key. Yeah, it was 2 days ago, right? Yeah. See you, Aiden Garth. Thanks for stopping by. I feel like I'm digging myself into a lot of unnecessary code here, but you know, it's okay. I'm learning. I'll learn from this. This is crazy complicated. More complicated than it needs to be. It's this stuff, right? But yeah, basically I have to decode part of the row to see if it's the thing we care about. Hold on, so I'm gonna need to do this anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that anyway up here, which makes me think I should have this as I should have this as a common function. Yeah, I think I should do this. So pull this out as a common function and make a function we will use in a couple places to decode some column of a table row. So let's give it a name. How about decode column equals something that has this code in it, that fragment of code. And we can all do this by reference, that's fine. Everything captured by reference. So, right, so I'm given I need to be given a column name. And I need the row. Const JSON value row. Maybe it will work as inspiration. That's not that bad. Look at that. Fix my hair a little bit. My hair's never right. I like it. We can give it to the professionals to clean up in Photoshop, right? Not bad idea. I like it. Darken my glasses up. Yep. Okay, blah, 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 decoded value. What are we doing here? Ultimately, I want to return that, right? So, return decoded value. So this should be a function that returns, returns a value. Okay, so I'm going to call that from way down here. We'll say auto that equals decode column name row. So I need to capture decode. I might as well just capture all this stuff by reference, shouldn't I? Be easier on myself. There we go. Capture everything by reference. Then I don't need all this stuff. There we go. So then I can just directly put this in here. And just leave the to-do there. Well, I can leave the beginning part there. Make the glasses higher? Maybe. They kind of get lower as you get older. Higher? They just slide down your nose. And no, I don't like contacts. I have a severe astigmatism. Contacts for astigmatism are awful. They rotate slightly and everything gets blurry. I get headaches. So I am glasses bound. Unless I don't want to read text. Okay, so then I can reuse this decode column, right? I can use it up here. I can use it right here. I can say if decode column, the column name is going to be row selector dot data dot column match dot column name. We're just returning if that is equal. We're returning if what we decode is equal to the row selector data column match value. Oh, do I want to decode that first? No, I want to go the other way, don't I? I want to encode. Funny I should say that. Yeah. Yeah, I tried context for a while and they would just rotate slightly and give me a headache. I hated it. I think I went the wrong direction here. Although, I think it's okay that I made this function object because it kind of separated the stuff out. I could promote this to a full function now. I think I actually want to go the other direction. I want to extract the value. This is wrong. What should that be? What was key? Oh. So key needs to be passed into decode column. Yes. Const standard string key. But what I really want is to go the opposite way. Yeah, so let's make another function. Make a function we will use, and let's just remove the phrase in a couple places. Make a function we will use to retrieve a column of a row as a JSON value. So this will be get column as JSON. Okay, and so then if it's here, I just need to return key. Return key. If the key is requested as a string, we have it handed to us already. Yep. So we just return key. Otherwise, fetch the column from the row, which is we're just returning this row. And if we get down to here, if we reach here, there is no such column in the row. So we're going to, why is it not like this? Actually, I don't know. Oh, this should say JSON value key. So be consistent thing. So we sure there's no such, so we're just going to return an empty JSON value. Okay. So then I can leverage that here, right? I can say const auto, well, const auto? Decode value takes a const anyway, right? Yeah. This is gonna, I don't like the idea of making a copy. It's okay. We'll make copies. So, column as JSON is get column as JSON, column name row key. And then just decode it, right? Return decoded value. Column as JSON. So much of it moves to here, and I'm going to reuse this one down here. Return that get it as a get the column as JSON matches the encode value of that. So that I can pass by value. And I did need road selector. Why didn't I like this? Is that not a string? Just, oh, it's a string pointer. Okay, pointer. Still doesn't like it. JSON value, yeah, and then the key. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't like it. It's IntelliSense that didn't like it. It actually compiled. Okay. Try the test. And it passes. First try. Look at that. Stretch time. Okay, so I just have destroy rows, and then I have the snapshot stuff. Oh, I have update rows. Shoot. Just when I thought it was done, I have to do update rows. So I'm going to stretch and then get these last four hammered out. Update rows is, I think, the most complicated. These ones are super easy. Maybe I'll do the super easy ones first to boost up my confidence. I'm going to take like another 3-minute break. I will be right back. If you, oh, hold on. Before I go, if you've been sitting in place like I have, now is a good time to get up, get a drink of something, use the restroom, just stretch. That's what I'm going to do. I'll be right back. I'm back a tad early. Let's get these easy ones out of the way. Destroy rows. Actually, let's start with an even easier one. Create snapshot. Super easy. I'm just going to make the snapshot. Hold on. Go back to where this is declared. It could be whatever format I want, right? Blob is just a vector of characters, so I'm just going to make it the encoding of the encoding of when we commit. So commit. Yeah, I'm going to take this whole thing and make it another function and then another internal function here. Not here, up here. With table, read from store, write to store. Okay, here. So JSON value, serialize. And get rid of all the impls. And just return serialization. Okay, and then I'm going to use that down here for commit. Where are you? Commit. I'm just going to say const auto. Actually, I can just skip all of this, right? Just write impl serialize. Serialize and then write it to the store, right? So then I can reuse this. Okay, that okay to put on one line? Ah, it looks better on this separate line. Okay, so I'm going to use this in create snapshot. So yes, so I'm going to first get the serialization. Const auto serialization is serialize and then to encoding. And we're going to do I need to be careful about serial encoding options here? What does the JSON value assignment do? Operator equal. Do I not define an operator equal? I thought it did. Hold on, then where is my operator equal? My assignment operator, where are you? Do I not define it? Interesting. Hold on. I do define it. Oh, but it's one word. Okay, here we go. So I do blow away the old and I do copy from. And copy from doesn't copy... Okay, so it would only copy the object value. It's not going to copy the encoding, the cache. That's what I was worried about. So if I don't copy the encoding cache, this should be safe. So this serialization is this big string, right? And this blob type is a vector of uint8s. So it's safe enough to do return a blob and use the iterator construction. So serialization begin, serialization dot end. See ya, Rally Monkey. This is fairly like thick stuff I'm doing today. It's not it's certainly not like graphical or high level stuff. It's very low level. Okay, that's the implementation. I just need to have a test this. Okay, I don't think we need to do anything, any kind of a range. The act is just to get a string out, right? Const auto snapshot is db dot I just it's create snapshot, right? Right, and then the assert is just to make sure it matches. So I guess what I'll do is just the same thing here. So expect equal to a blob from serialization, starting serialization.begin to starting serialization.end for snapshot. There we go. Easy. How do all the different parts work together? I can go over that a little bit. Let me get this compiling first, though. Then I will explain. It's a blob. Why doesn't it not like my blob here? And what's this doing here? I can't get rid of that until it compiles. Wow, wonderful. Okay. No constructor could take the source type. Oh, is it in both places? Oh, it doesn't like the type of blob here. What if I put this in parentheses? Nope, that didn't help. Okay, I think it might have to do with the types, so that's kind of weird. Oh, I didn't construct a serialization of it. So let's do that in the arrange. Const auto serialization as string is that dot to encoding, and then that from beginning to end. Yeah, and let me just get this to compile and then I address the question. Okay, so lemurs, right? Hello, by the way. I like to start at the very high level diagram that I made for the whole game. And that's where? Here. System architecture, right? So the React part sits in the client and the C++ part resides in the server, and between them is a WebSocket. So that's from a very, very high level answering your question. So to answer it more specifically, I gotta go into details. So the details are different if we're talking about the server or the client or in between. But yeah, basically, the front end of the game that you see if you go to the game, it looks like this. This React app, it's talking to the server behind the scenes by going through a WebSocket. So if you open up like the F12 in your browser while you're playing the game, and you might have to refresh, but on the list of connections, there should be a WebSocket there that goes to the server end, to one of these servers.onmiarena.com. And every time you move or something happens in the game, there should be a message in one direction or the other along this WebSocket. And that's how the React talks to the C++ backend. So that's to answer your question directly. Now, how different pieces work from there depends on what you're interested in. But really briefly, I have another diagram for the server itself. All messages in and out of the server go through this web gate, which is serving these WebSockets, and they go into a component called the coordinator that I work on from time to time, and its main job is to translate between JSON messages on this WebSocket and commands to the game that it puts in this journal. See ya, Dumpson. And commands on the journal are executed by another component called the executor to make changes to the entity component system or the players or the configuration or whatnot. And then feedback from those changes goes back to the coordinator to send replies back to clients. So there's a rough loop here. Message comes in, coordinator turns it into a command gets executed, results go back to the coordinator, results go back to the client. That's really, really simplified explanation about what the server does. Everything the server does either is a result of a message coming in from a client, or it could be internal in one of the game systems. So it could be that an NPC decides to move north or west. That is, technically there's a path here. It's not shown. Actually, I think it is. I think the coordinator does a little bit too much. One of the feedbacks the ECS can do is it can request that a command be added to the journal. And so there can be a local loop here that doesn't involve the WebSockets at all, where the game is running itself. All the data that's sent in a particular format, yeah, right now it's all in JSON. So the snapshot of the game looks like this. So like all the components in the game will be listed here by category. So if we're looking at just the characters in the game, here's my hit points, my strength, my constitution, my armor reduction or damage reduction on my armor, etc. And if I these are all the entities that have movement capability, stuff like that, right? And like here are all the player records. So this is the hash and salt of the password for the particular test account. And there's the player ID and the name and all that stuff. Here, what's this events? It's not interesting. Yeah, so it's all in a big JSON value right now. I'm trying to move the storage of it to a database. That's the subject of this week. So right now in JSON, tomorrow or next week it'll be in SQLite or some other kind of database. Now internally, there's still going to be some JSON, and also between the client and the server, it's still JSON. And I'll probably keep them as JSON unless it also becomes a performance issue. Right now, the big performance issue is reading and writing the game snapshot takes forever. It takes like 12 seconds to load the game right now. And it's a year and a day that the game has been live. So it was back on May 6th of last year that we actually launched the game. I scroll back. May 6th was launch day of last year. So it's been a year and a day. But before that, so that was 176 streams in though. Before I launched the game, we did prep for the game. And then I think the first 80 or so streams, it was just setting up web server stuff. So I first started my streaming career making the, let's go back to this image, the web server component. And once I made this web server, I'm like, hey, I made a web server from scratch. What do I want to do with it? And I thought, hey, let's learn WebSockets. And we can use WebSockets to do something I've always wanted to do, which is make my own version of Ultima 4, Ultima 5, that kind of a game. Yeah, happy belated birthday on the Arania. It's been running a year and a day. So, yeah, the format right now isn't exactly going to fit into the JSON database database connector that I'm making. I got to make some tweaks, but my goal is to get it to fit into this database adapter and then have the game go through this database adapter, which is pretty generic. And then I can make an alternative implementation which goes to SQLite instead, and then transfer all the data from JSON to SQLite, and then have the game talk to the SQLite version. Or is it SQLite? SQLite, still don't know. So, although I'm starting to second guess, this might be too generic, because especially with retrieve rows, the test to do retrieve rows was pretty complicated, right? We had to build up this row selector, and then in the code to actually do it, we had to have some code to decode it. If it might be the key, it might not be. It might be in the row, it might not be. And then yeah, this code is more complicated than I might want it to be. And I'm starting to think the SQLite is not going to be that much better. So I'm kind of a little bit nervous about the interface being so generic. I might end up wanting to be more specific to my game. I have to draw a line somewhere though. Like it can't be too specific to the game, otherwise it's not really saving me a lot of time. It's like every time I make a game-specific change, I have to change it for all database implementations, right? But if I do it too generically, then there might be a lot of like extra work done in the adapter layer, like forming queries all the time and not caching them, not taking advantage of any kind of caching. So the performance might suck. But I can at least see how it is and measure it, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's still slow, then I have to make it more, I have to do some optimization. So one optimization I'm thinking about doing, right, for example, is we're going to be doing a lot of entity component system lookups. So the general structure of this is that there's going to be tables of components by category, right? And each of these tables has an integer key in it, this entity, right? So if the entire entity component system set of tables, it has these commonalities, like every table has an entity key, I could take that out as a parameter outside and short circuit a lot of the code in the adapter. So I'm already thinking about that I might need to do that. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of redundant calls to like look up these E keys everywhere that we don't need, right? Yeah, happy birthday to my game. We couldn't say happy birthday yesterday because I wasn't streaming. Okay, did this build? Did it run? Create snapshot? It did, and it failed. What's the log message? It's completely wrong. Oh, one's got formatting in it. Oh, right. Because we need to tell it to in the encoding, I need to give it encoding options. JSON value JSON encoding options? We need to have it be blank, I think. Can I just use the blank encoding options? Yeah, actually, I think that's exactly what I want. So run that. Oh, it's gonna... That's right, it caches. How do we get it to not cache the... Oh, there's a re-encode. That's what I want. Encoding options.re-encode true. Because otherwise it uses a cache of the encoding, which was pretty printed before. There we go. All right. I knew that would be easy. Install snapshots is that in reverse. So I think the arrange would be to blow away the database file and start over, right? How do we do that? I think I just delete the file. So store.destroy. I don't do this in any other tests yet. Okay, let's just do it. Store.destroy. Store arrow destroy. Destroy the store, right? Okay, I do it in setup there. Cool. So if the store is destroyed and we tell it to install a snapshot, it should reconstruct it, right? Oh, wait. Not only do I want to destroy it, I want to make a new one. So db equals... Yeah, I want to do one of these. And I want to do an reopen. All right. That would be part of the arrange. So destroy the old store, create a new data. We can do it in this order so we don't destroy it when it should be still open. I don't need to decorate the store, so I can just open the store directly. This should always succeed. Actually, I think it will fail because there's nothing in the store. That's fine. We don't actually need to open it, do we? Technically, I'm going to leave the open in there, because in the future we might want to keep the file handle open. But anyway, the act will be db dot install snapshot. And I need to actually make the blob, so that is this. There we go. Install that snapshot. And I don't have the serialization as string. Let's get that. Let's form the snapshot in advance. Snapshot. Oh, I need the encoding options, yeah. Anyway, const auto snapshot equals that. So technically I can make it a little bit simpler by doing that. In fact, I can do that. And then, yeah, I need encoding options because we need to not re-encode. Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I can just do to encoding. There we go. So then the assert is that we should get the same encoding. Hold on, how do we say this? When we commit it, we should get, we should get this back. When we tell the database to commit, when we read the file back, we should get the same data. Yeah, okay. That's what I want. Right now we shouldn't, because it should be completely empty when it comes back, because install snapshot shouldn't do anything. Yeah. So empty schema and everything. All right. So install snapshot. So it's just a reverse of create snapshot. I need to if serialize is reading from the schema, reading from tables and putting into schema, I need the opposite. Where do I do that somewhere, don't I? I do that in let me think about this. We need to go. Yeah, it's when we open. Yeah, it's this part. Yeah, this part right here. Let's just pull that out as another function. I called the first one serialize. Let's call the other one deserialize. That's void, right? And it takes as a JSON value the serialization and then does that to it. And so I can remove the impulse. Oh, I might fail, so we can have a Boolean. Okay. Okay, so it's serialization schema instead of data schema. Oh wait, there's one thing else. We were writing directly into the data, right? So I need to do the same thing here. I need to say data equals serialization. Install snapshot. Yeah, we would want to make a copy, right? But I can make this one our value reference, and I can say standard move serialization. Getting rid of that. There we go. Okay, so then open enter. There we go. Instead of reading it directly into data, what we'll do is we'll have a JSON value serialization and read into that thing. And then do if not impl deserialize serialization return false. And this should be standard move. Okay, and then we've already done that in the serialize function. So then this we can just make into a return that, and then we're done, right? And then I want to use the same thing down here. I need to reverse this, so I need to say JSON, no, auto serialization is equal to JSON value from encoding standard string blob.begin to blob.end. The reason I'm doing these begin end things because we're actually changing the data type of the memory. Blob is a vector of uint8, unsigned 8-bit integers, right? Whereas a string is a characters, not unsigned and not 8-bit strictly. Although, because we're using UTF-8 encoding, they're compatible. So that's why I'm able to get away with this. So we recover the JSON value and then we just install it just like Open would. So, but this doesn't need to return a value. We're just going to blindly accept it. So we void impl deserialize standard move serialization, and we're done. Deserialize didn't return its value. Okay, we can fix that. Where was that? Line 268. Ah. Yeah, we should return true if we get here. There we go. Okay, fix the warnings. We don't let any compiler warnings persist. In fact, let's fix this one. We don't need this one, right? Fix all our compiler warnings. This one is not my code, so I'm not going to care about it. I wish I could say, hey, I don't care about this one. But there's no option for me to delete this, so I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just run the test. Passed. Move on. So I'm down to 1, right? No, 2. Destroy rows and update rows. Destroy rows is easier, so let's do that one first. There are 2 variants of this. Destroy rows, why is it destroy rows, actually? Shouldn't it just be destroy row? Oh, it takes a row selector. Because we might want to remove more than one. Okay. Fine. So it's a little bit more complicated then. So, yeah. Destroy tables, no such table. Let's take that as a template and copy it a few times. No such table. Destroy rows, this version would say no rows affected. Actually, do we want to support all? Drop all data? I guess so. Destroy rows, all destroy rows. Actually, we could model this after in retrieve, right? So there's valid column, column match valid column match no such column match wrong type for key, and then all. I kind of just want these names. Actually, you know what? I know what to do. I'll copy these retrieve rows as is, and I'll just rename them. Because the only difference between retrieve and delete is that they get deleted rather than being returned to us. So I'm going to paste that there. And then all these lines that I just pasted, conveniently marked with green check marks, giving me confidence that they will all test. So yeah, destroy rows goes instead of retrieve rows. Paste. Okay. And then delete this placeholder. All right. So destroy rows, no such table. So yeah, this, it's not that so no data comes back, and that is not a parameter. The assertion is that nothing should change in the data. So I'll do the same trick that I did before. We do a commit and make sure that the starting serialization still matches. So when we commit the database, it should be the same serialization. Okay, and then valid column, so we get rid of that. And then this is no return value. So it should destroy all, it should take the NPC off. It should take the NPC off of all quests, right? So then I can arrange what the expected serialization is. Anthony writes code. Hello, Anthony writes code. Did you write code today? Because your name says you did. Or the name says you do in general. Hello! Are you watching an ad? You might be watching an ad. I like the little Python thing. You did a bit. Nice. Hello, everybody. There's too many people for me to wave at, so I'm gonna give up the waving thing. I am deep in the guts of this data format transition I'm making for my game. If you want to play the game, it's there. No one's playing it right now, otherwise they would show up here. We had 6 people playing it earlier. This is a little test environment for the game I'm working on. It's been a year and a day since we launched this online. I'm still working on the engine, so it's all test content right now. And hello there is Identical and Lightspeed and the one Lucas and Sarcastic Dante and Panos Track. Anthony writes code, of course. Yeah, I hope you had a great stream. So yeah, ask me any questions that you might have about this. I've been working on this. It's all custom except for a few components that I reuse, but it's all made by me, and it's all handwritten for the most part. It's online. You can play it now. There's not much to play, though. It's mostly, again, just test content. But I'm working specifically on the database format for this. So you can laugh at me, and that's fine. I understand. Up until now, I've stored the entire database for this game in one large JSON file. The game is not open source, but various components of the game are. It's a web game for the client part. The server part is C++. So, I was showing this earlier. The overall architecture of the game is you play the game's client in your web browser, and it connects via WebSocket to the game servers, and they are running in C++ and Lua. And so what you see here is a rendering of the game drawn by a React app based off of information it receives from a WebSocket that the server is transmitting on. Join us now and share the software? What do you mean? Yeah, so all of the data for the game is being saved as JSON, and all of the data transmitted over the WebSocket is JSON. And this is just my test environment, 11,000 lines, very long, right? The production environment's 100,000 lines plus, and some of the lines are really wide. So it's very slow. It takes the server like 12, 13 seconds to start up. And I don't have an open source link, though, but I do have a GitHub link. Yeah, exactly. Oh, God, why? So I am moving away from storing it all in JSON. I'm going to something like SQLite. And if I had this in the right window, the migration, if this is how the game currently is, where it's writing and reading directly to a JSON file, I want to first move the game to be going through a generic database interface, but still the JSON backend storage, right? Then once this is working, I want to move to that. So I need 3 elements of code. I need the database to JSON, which I'm working on today, and then I need the database to SQLite, and then I need the game to go to the DB interface. So once I'm done with all 3 of these parts, I can seamlessly transfer the data for my game over to the real database. See how that works? And thank you for the follows. I do appreciate it. A free software song? The reason I don't make the entire game open source is because I am hoping to make some money off of it. It's a commercial endeavor. I actually started my own company to do this. It's just me, though, and it's all kind of unique in that it's streamed live on Twitch. And mostly I'm doing it to stay organized and stay motivated and to teach people while I'm doing it. So I show you how to do things from scratch. So, for example, a couple days ago, I showed how to, I learned it at the same time, but I showed how to connect to an SQLite database in C or C++. And I also showed how, since SQLite 3, the amalgamation for SQLite, is a C API, so you get back a raw pointer from SQLite 3 open. I showed how to wrap that with a unique pointer in C++ so that it's automatically closed when it goes out of scope. Using some web framework for C++? Yeah, I'm using my own web framework. So, I don't have a neato picture for it, but way back in the history of my stream, I made my own web server. Way back, is it around here? I think I do the server first and then the client? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, so I was making a web server over a year ago, and then I made a web client, and then I made a little chat room, and then I decided to build a game out of it. So in the grand scheme of the architecture of the game, the outward-facing shell of the backend is HTTP server, which is the class that I wrote. Yeah, I wrote HTTP client and server. I did. That is in my GitHub. That is open source. If you would like it, it's in my GitHub, the link that we just posted before. So github.com/rimo8354/HTTP. Let's go to it now, and I'll show you. HTTP:// github.com/rimo8354/HTTP. It implements server and client. It should be pretty cross-platform. Let me know if you have any trouble. My stream is kind of goofy in that I kind of like to do stuff from scratch. It supports HTTP. WebSockets is another GitHub repo I have. So it does HTTP, and it does the WebSockets, and I also did the transport layer security wrapper around LibreSSL. I didn't do LibreSSL itself, because encryption is way too complicated for me. But I wrote a wrapper for LibreSSL that I call the TLS decorator. That it implements my base network interface in terms of LibreSSL, so it can handle being a client. It can handle being a server. Oh, thank you for the bits, Skedam. Cooked in the kitchen from scratch. Yes. And don't do this unless you're aware of the consequences. You can even disable certificate verification. So yeah, I did a lot of these classes in C++ to either implement protocols from scratch or wrap things that are too complicated for me to do. And that's in over a year ago I did this. For the last year and a day, I've been trying to make a game out of it, out of the various pieces. Yeah, I have a list in my stream notes, right? Where is that file? Code not written. Not written here, right? Not invented here? I thought I had a file called not invented here. Libraries not invented here. Here we go. So these are the ones I did not write that I use. Compression, zlib. LibreSSL for encryption. That's a OpenBSD port of, or fork of OpenSSL. There's a password strength estimator I picked up, and SQLite we picked up this week. Everything else is handwritten practically. Please do a YouTube video on socket programming. You got it, Gadam. To do. Because I've been looking for ideas for YouTube videos. It's on the list. BSD? Oh, yeah. My socket library is called system abstractions. So, for example, network connection. System abstractions, right? Network connection, and there's even a higher level abstraction. The idea is you have callbacks for when you receive messages or when the connection breaks. And then you can connect. It only supports IPv4 right now, because IPv6, I didn't know how to do it when I wrote this code. But you basically tell it to connect, and then you say, here are my callbacks, and then it goes and launches a worker thread and tells you when you receive a message. And if you want to send a message, it's through send message. And my WebSocket API is pretty much the same. Okay, you can either be a client or a server, sure. But ultimately, you set up a bunch of callbacks for things you care about. Ping, pong, text, binary, or being closed, right? And then you would you'd either open it as a client or open it as a server. And you can close, you can ping, you can pong, you can send a text, send a binary, and then the delegates is how you get your callbacks, right? So that's what a WebSocket is. WebSocket specifically implements RFC 6455, which you can read about there. It's awesome. I like to read RFCs. If you're into reading RFCs and you want to learn about WebSockets, this is the RFC for you. It's the WebSocket protocol. So I implemented that at some point. But yeah, that's all open source in my GitHub as well. Yeah, that's exactly how we do WebSockets. Is there a quick code I can show you that happens? This might be tricky for me to find. WebGate would do it. Would it be here? There should be a function for new connection or something. Connection? That's making a connection.
I got him.
I might not be able to find it quickly. Oh, here we go. Registering a resource. So my web server has a function called register resource that it's the function to call. This is the function to call whenever the server is asked to serve content for a URL. So I decided for my game, every resource, so that's what this means, everything, is going to be served by this code. And what this code does is it sets up a WebSocket and sets up the server end of it and returns the response. The response is going to be constructed by the WebSocket's open as server. What it does is it makes sure that the request had the connection upgrade in it, that it has the correct WebSocket version and key. And then it will reply with a 101 switching protocols, and including the socket accept, upgrade socket, and with the connection token. Oh, we have to put upgrade in the connection tokens. But yeah, this is how you upgrade a HTTP request to a WebSocket. Is you do the handshake, which is to exchange the version and key, and then you return the accept with the key answer. That's just to double check to make sure both ends understand the protocol correctly. And then you reply with a 101, and you say you're upgrading to this protocol. And then at that moment, both sides now start talking the new protocol. So what my web server does when this return true happens is it says, oh, okay, you want to take over this connection? Go for it. What is TCP? TCP is the layer under HTTP. So if we're talking network protocols, right? Network protocols stack. At the very top, you have your application, right? It could be a web browser or something like that, right? At the very bottom, you have the physical layer. So it could be the Wi-Fi, it could be Ethernet, it could be dial-up, who knows, right? So one level above the physical layer is called the link layer. And the link layer is going to be different for every physical layer. And this is where you have the concept of like MAC addresses. So like an Ethernet would have a MAC address. Wi-Fi is slightly different. So again, it's different for every physical layer. So one reason I'm typing this out is even though you may or may not know what TCP is, if I'm answering the question, and then the second time someone asks me this, I can bring this notepad back up and answer it more quickly. Above the link layer, you have the packet, or what do you call it? For TCP/IP, it's the IP layer. So it's just raw packets, right? So the raw packets will have your IP address and payload, mostly. And the layer above that depends on the type of transport. So here at this layer, you might have UDP, you might have TCP, etc. This is the transport layer. So UDP and TCP both add the concept of port numbers onto the IP address. And on top of TCP, if we're talking about the web, this is where it gets specific to what you're doing. So if your application is a web browser, you're probably doing on top of this, you're doing TLS, Transport Layer Security, hopefully. This is the S in the HTTPS, right? The S in HTTPS. On top of that, you have HTTP, which is a hypertext transport protocol. So this is basically our, if TCP is typically on top of TCP. You could have it on top of other transport layers, but it's a connection-oriented protocol, so it really only works with the connection-oriented transport layer. But HTTP uses a TCP transport layer. The transport layer is just moving bytes back and forth, right? It's just like a byte highway. HTTP says what the bytes have to mean. So one side is the client, the other side is the server. The client needs to send a request. The server returns with a reply. So that's typically it for a web page. Now, when you're talking about WebSockets, what happens is you have a protocol upgrade. So this guy moves off to the side, and you get the WebSocket instead. Was an HTTP, right? when you have a WebSocket in place, now your app goes through a WebSocket, goes directly onto transport layer security, to the transport layer, IP link layer, physical layer. Basically what we're doing is you're swapping one layer of the protocol stack from HTTP to WebSocket. That's what happens. But you can think of it more simply as the actual application protocol sits between the application layer and the transport layer with potentially security layer in between. It's more secure because of this transport layer security. Everything below this transport layer security is encrypted. Everything above is not encrypted. So if you're hacking something, depending on where you can hack in, will determine whether or not you're able to decode the information. If you have access to someone's Ethernet, but they're using transport layer security, you're not going to be able to figure it out. If you have hacked their browser, though, even if they're using transport layer security, you can still see what they're doing because it's encrypted above the TLS layer. It's decrypted above, encrypted below, right? So anyway, I know we're getting really, really off track, but I like these questions. I want to save this as a stream note. This is protocol stacks. Protocol stacking. Protocol stacks. There we go. So yeah, if you have any other questions, let me know. And if I missed any chat, please tag me. I'm going to go back and see, did anyone tag me? No. Other than asking me if I'm doing a framework, web framework, and yes, I am. Thanks, Kadam. Kadam has been very generous and has given a lot of gift subs in the channel. Thank you very much. Hey there, Flyboy. How are you doing? I'm gonna. There's too many people for me to wave at now in chat, so I'm just gonna wave with my hand and with my voice, say hi, and not do the chat. First time here? Did you just get here, or have you been here a while? I'm working on this game, and basically the data behind this game is stored in a big JSON file, and I am in the middle of migrating it from JSON to a real database. And I'm doing it in a multi-step process involving 3 parts of the code. I need to make a database interface between my game and the JSON so that I can swap one end with a real database and not have to change the game. I'm doing row 10 today. I thought I would get to 11, but I don't think I'm going to have enough time. When I get done with 10, 11, and 12, my game will be running on a real database and I can drop the JSON crap. Looking at my C code, are you doing MVC style? I try to separate things. Generally, I like to try to separate things into 3 parts. The view, which is the user interface. Sometimes people call it the model, or sometimes people call it the controller, or sometimes people call it the business logic. I like to think of it as the actual, the core. And then the, that's not what word do I use? User interface? I guess I can look at one of my existing apps. Hold on. Collapse everything. I'm a little disorganized here. Like if you look at the front end app for my game, which is in player console, source, I have it split between views, reducers, middleware, and this is data storage. Yeah, so this is sometimes called middleware. And then I'm going to drop the word model. Let's call it the controller. I like to call it the business logic. Yeah, business logic. Controller or the business logic, which would be the middleware, and then the model or the store or the how do you want to call it? Which would be the model. Well, it doesn't need it. Where we store the data. Where storing data, storing or exchanging data. So I like to split things generally along these 3 lines. The middleware is the meat of everything. I like to focus my work here. And then the view, I like to make my interfaces as thin as possible. Just the rendering of the data. So in a sense, this entire app here is a view. It's a view of the game, and the game exists as a back-end business logic. And then there's aspects of modeling and storing the data. Modeling, storing, and transport, I guess they call it. So the exchange and the transport and the storing of information, which is the subject of today. Right now, it's all JSON for my game. I'm not having to change the user interface or the business logic if I'm just focusing on that. You're welcome, Ed. Ed Winst. Enjoy your class. Let's make this a stream note. Doc. Let's say MVC, MVVM, different layers. Mostly it's so that when I type in something like this, like DB, that I can see which file I care about. Anyway, I'm still working on this. I needed to implement a JSON to conform to a database interface so that I can swap it with a real database at some point. I have this suite of tests that I got mostly running. It implements this generic interface. You might recognize these. CRUD. Create, retrieve, update, destroy. So very, very fundamental relational database subjects, right? How do you add data? How do you get the data? How do you change the data? And how do you get rid of the data at the end? So I am in the middle of implementing this in terms of unit tests. I like to use test-driven development. I use Google Test for C++. And I have a video I'm kind of proud of, although it's kind of showing its age now. I might need to update it at some point. But it talks about how to set up Google Test with VS Code and all this good stuff. So that's weird. How come it doesn't show a little bubble here? Oh, because it doesn't compile. I was in the middle of making a change. I need to get the code working, and then you'll see I can run the tests like this and see the test results and stuff. Yeah, that link to that video was for how you get set up with Google Test in VS Code. That link that was just above. Oh wait, are you asking if you can link to something? No, you're asking for the link. Okay, got it. You're from a Django background. Oh, nice. I know nothing about Django other than that it's Python based, right? And it's for making websites. That's cool. Okay, let me get this to compile. I was in the middle of making a change and then I got rated, which throws me way off topic. Right, I'm writing tests for the destroy rows function on different test cases, right? Either the table doesn't exist, we're destroying rows where the column match is talking about a valid column. No such column. Let's do the no such column. Here it's that the data doesn't change, so it's the same assertion that when we commit the database and we read it back, it didn't change. Wrong type for key, same thing, right? So then that, whoops, where did I just go? I went there, okay. This is all bad because I copy pasted from retrieve. Now, destroy used to say retrieve, now it says destroy. And then if we destroy all rows of a table, the table vanishes, right? So it'd be almost the same thing as the table being, so this is all new then. Delete that, and then there's no data. Drop that. Okay, let me see if I can build it now. No. Still got problems up here. Oh, right. So I know what I want to do. I want to make this look like create row test. Yes. Where were we looking? One where would the yeah, this one. Okay. Let me put a bookmark here, and then because I'm going to come back to there, I'm going to paste this code down here. Because in the arrange, we're going to set up that the expected serialization changes. Instead of adding, we're going to remove. We're going to remove indexes 0 and 1, I believe. Oh, no, we don't do remove. Oh, remove is overloaded. Yeah. And I think it's index 0 and 1, if I remember right. So remove 0 twice because 1 now becomes 0, so we remove it again. Yeah, if I remember right, the test data I set up has 3 quest entries. And the first 2 match NPC1, which is what we're using to select the rows. So we're going to remove 0, and then remove 0 again. We should be down to 1 row. So, yeah, remove all quests where the NPC equals 1. So then, actually I just do this, right? Only it's expected serialization instead of actual or starting. Should be expected. There we go. Done. Does the backend have some heavy processing? Yes. It has to move all the NPCs in the world. It has to respond to every player that's connected. So there could be 100 players connected to it. So it does a lot of work. It ticks the entire world. Yes, indeed. So you see these NPCs moving around? There's constantly Lua scripts that are running for every NPC deciding, hey, what should I do now? Their scripts are very simple right now. They're all just randomly moving every once in a while. But for example, in the sewers, which are down here, I can make a little bit of combat even between these NPCs. If I were to pick up one of these slime guys and put him next to that NPC, then chaos ensues. Actually, just death. George is basically an indestructible NPC who slays any enemies he's nearby. So if I put one, like, even if I put it up here, he's going to pursue and destroy it, and then return to base. Thank you, George. You're very good. So, the game is constantly evaluating all the NPC AI, as well as responding to any players. So if any player starts to log into the game and move around, it's got to determine, well, what should happen. So a lot of work gets done. And the more people play, the more work it has to do, basically. One thing I've been thinking about doing is, since there are no players logged in right now, we could freeze all these NPCs. It's like the question, when a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, does it make a sound? In my game, if there's no player logged in, do the NPCs move? The answer right now is yes. But in the future, maybe no. Because if there's no one to see these NPCs move around, why do we need to move them? Just like in Minecraft, what we could do is detect that there's no players nearby and just freeze these NPCs in place, and then, not need to do any CPU work to process them. Probably we'll need to do that at some point when the game gets big enough. All right, this built, so I can run the test. And it's going to fail because this function doesn't actually do anything. Destroy rows is empty right now. It is utterly empty. I think what I want to do is the same work I was doing in retrieve, only we're not retrieving. So I might need to collapse this later into one common part and two things that reuse it. But right now I'm just going to do copy paste. Verify the table exists. Determine if the table is using a string key. Why do I care? I might not care about that. What if I comment that out for a minute? Because I might not need it. Make a function that we will use to... Okay, I don't need this either. Probably. Make a function we'll use to decode some. We don't need that either. Right? Makes sense for a game that's actually mostly meant to be an RPG? Yeah. It's just a little bit more complicated. Hey there, Cthulhu. It's my mod, Cthulhu. How are you today? Make a delegate requests. Yeah, so we still want... So this is the part I might make generic, because the selection of the row is independent of whether or not we're deleting or we're retrieving, right? Hello, chat. Exactly. So I do need to get column as JSON. Oh, to compare the values. Okay, so I do need this. I do need this function. Which means I probably need key. Yeah, I need the key thing. Yeah, I need that. All right, so then, yeah, this part I could probably pull out as a common element. I'm going to do that later. I say I'm going to do it later. How many times have I said that, Cthulhu? I say I'll do it later, I never do it. Visit the table. Visit the table. We don't want to collect. We want to dropping rows which meet the filter requirements. Actually, the with table doesn't let me do a drop, does it? I might have to make a special visitor which does it. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to do a special visitor. Or I can just code this directly. Yeah, let's do that. Let's put that straight in here. Visit. So we're not visiting the table. We are enumerate the table. And it's the same thing, only more elaborate.
Today's not Friday. Today for you is Friday, Nui. Good night. It's midnight. Sleep well. For me, it's still Thursday. Yeah, I should have a... Let's add a command. Add command later. I'm trying to see, can I work in Cthulhu's message? Raimu will often say, I'll do that later. 99% of the time, he doesn't actually get to it. How do I want to make a funny spin off of this? Let's not forget the 1% of the time. Let's not forget that 1% now. Kappa. All right, putting this into chat. So I do later. Oh, I don't want colons around that, right? Edit com. Sorry about the spam. That's what I have to do to type it into clients, and I always forget that. When my bot says it, it doesn't need the colons. Alright, I'm having too much fun. Back to work. Alright, these need impl in front. Impl. Impl here. Okay, so if the table has a key and it's a string, it's going to be an object. So I believe the way this works, this one is safe because of this being a copy. So here we can actually call, oh. Yeah. Well, we're just dropping it, right? So it would be, impl, no, it would be table, remove key. If the row selector was okay with it. If row selector, oh, do we need the row? Oh, we need the row, dang it. Oh, we have the row. The row is what? What's the row? Oh, that's the row. That's the row right there. There we go. Then if it's selected, then drop it. All right, and then if it's not an object, if it's an array, right, here's where we, this actually changes, right? So I should make this a more careful loop. While I is less than table.getSize. Get the row, and then if that... Okay, and so it's not table key, it's this complicated thing, right? Oh no, it's just row. Right, we don't need to do that thing, it's just row. Which means it's just table I. Table I. And so I don't need a key. Actually, maybe I will put that in there. Okay, so it's a little gross, but that's okay. I'll clean it up later. I'll do it later. If it's selected for delete, what I want to do is, there's a missing thing there. What am I migrating to? Probably SQLite. Probably SQLite, because my game runs in a Raft cluster. So every copy of the game has its own copy of the data. So I don't need to have contention, transactions, backups, because each server, by its nature, is a backup of its peers. Each one has exclusive access over a copy of the data. So SQLite is pretty ideal because I can embed the database engine directly into the game server. It's still file-based, so it doesn't move too dramatically from what I have now. And we don't have to have a transport layer between them. It's just all built in. It's fast, I know. I tested it out on Monday. and it's in my GitHub. So we tested out opening the database, building prepared statements, binding parameters to those statements, stepping the queries, getting our data back out, and I did it with a little test database to retrieve that last term there. So we did a select value from globals where key is last term, and we got back out that the last term, it should, if you run it, it should be 3720. It's not all written in C++, some dude. Parts of it are written in Lua, and this front-end client is in your web browser, so it's written in JavaScript. The Lua parts come out prominently when you look at the game's logic. Like someone was asking me today, what happens when you attack a monster? This is what happens. We roll a random number from 1 to 20. We add your attack bonus. See if it's greater than or equal to your opponent's dexterity. We roll for damage. This is all in Lua. I tried LuaJIT, but it wasn't any faster than vanilla Lua because a lot of these calls have to go back into the C++ core. And so that sort of defeated any speed gains we were getting. It was overshadowed by the C++ Lua interface anyway. So the LuaJIT didn't really buy us much. I'm okay going back and trying it again, but I tried it like over a year ago when we were prototyping the game. I have notes on it back in the log. Actually, if I just search for LuaJIT, there we go. I profiled it on February 20 of last year. Stream 125. So this was metrics from just vanilla Lua, and then the C++ equivalent, which was much faster, like an order of magnitude. There are 3 zeros instead of 2. And then we threw in LuaJIT, 2 versions of it, and saw that we weren't seeing the order of magnitude speed increase that we were seeing with C++ Direct. And it was a little bit faster than vanilla Lua, but not that much faster. It's usually 0.004 versus 0.005, so a little bit faster, but not worth it. The game is complete C++ in front, and you can compile to WebAssembly. Actually, that's come up quite a bit. People have said I should try to do WebAssembly. It's on my list of things to learn when I have time, which is probably not for a while. But yeah, someday we will learn WebAssembly. We will join the WebAssembly cluster. Yep. All right. What? We want to, right, if it's selected, we want to delete it. So I want to do table.remove I. Otherwise, ++I. That's the important distinction here. Because we're modifying a table while we're iterating it, which is why I made it a while loop. Because the size can change. I don't want it to follow the same for pattern that I use for immutable objects, like these keys are a copy. So we can get a copy and we can enumerate the immutable list and remove to our heart's content. Yeah, the game's online. You can play it here. omniarena.com. This is my view of the world because I'm running as an admin. If I wasn't an admin, it'll simulate what it'll look like, except for I get to be a tiger. And I get to walk on water and through walls. But, you know, other than that, this is pretty much the same as a normal player would see. And that is selected because I clicked that at some point. And I am not even seen as an entity to be attacked. Oh, someone died there. RIP player 837. Let's heal you. Lua heal. What's your entity number? 71850. You are healed. Oh, you're being attacked. Let's rescue you. Move over there behind the guard. I've moved you to safety. Trying to look for bugs. Do you think you'll find any? Oh, you'll probably find lots of bugs. There's an in-game ticketing system that is report issue. There are a ton of in-game tickets to report bugs. In addition, there's an issues link. If you find an issue, or if you want to see if something is an issue, you can click there. There's probably like between 1 and 200 known issues. A lot of the issues are just features people would like to see, but there are some legitimate bugs in there. For example, the game doesn't play at all, it doesn't play very well at all on a mobile device. Because I don't know how to do mobile web dev yet. So it looks terrible and it's basically unplayable. But yeah, if you find any other bugs, especially ones that aren't reported yet, please let me know. Thank you for the follow. Exploitable bugs? You're auditing a game engine database right now? Like an exploitable bug as in like you can move through a wall or what? or get access to other people's data, definitely I would like to know about that. There's no personal information in there right now because it's all free, and the only thing we record is who's playing. So if you can somehow figure out like the Twitch IDs of other people who are playing, I'd like to know, because even though it's not personal private information, I'd still like to know it. What library do I use to parse a JSON? I wrote my own, and I don't suggest writing your own. Don't do what I do. I would suggest using N. Lohman's JSON for C++. It's an awesome library, and I didn't write it, but I used this in a previous job. But in my stream, I like to make my own stuff. So I use my own JSON library that I wrote last year. It can represent all different kinds of JSON. It has the iterator pattern in it, and you can construct it from built-in C++ types. You can compare. It's got all the things you'd expect it to be able to do. So when you see in my code I'm doing things like get size and get keys, I'm using my own JSON value type. Segfault City, I haven't gotten too many segfaults. Early on I might have, but I developed it using test-driven development, so I tried really hard to make sure that it was well tested from the ground up. So let's go look. I have all these tests for various aspects of the JSON. I got quite a few tests. Am I explicitly fuzzing it? Not randomly, but I did try badly escaped characters test, for example. Objects with unterminated inner arrays, all that kind of stuff. I haven't gone to that extra level of sophistication where we have randomly generated strings and try to break the thing. I haven't done that yet, no. That said, all of the JSON stuff I do in the game is all internal. There's no user-provided JSON values right now. So the only thing you can do with the game is interact with its elements. So if you would have to basically write your own client, which I guess you could do. And in fact, I've had a couple of viewers who have done a little bit of this. And so far, so good. Although, yeah, haven't done... You're making me think I should be doing fuzz testing, some dude. Let me give you some points. If I type your name correctly. Let me give you 5 points. And let me add to this to-do. Because, I'm all about to-do list items. To-do list. Add fuzzing for JSON value. Thank you to some dude 456 for suggesting it. Yeah, we should do that because my server does accept requests through JSON strings. Can you move around with the keypad? You can move around either with these buttons or with your arrow keys or with WASD right now. And you can also click, and if you're a player, you can click and drag. For me as an admin, I teleport when I click. But if you're a player and you click and you hold, you'll start to move in that direction. Yeah, I get special access with ability to go everywhere I want because I'm the admin. It's okay if they Shrek the server right now. I'm not asking. It's not a completed commercial product yet. So at some point, yeah, it'll be definitely on the checklist of things. If we start accepting payments and people are paying to play, we're gonna have to up the level of our game and do like adversarial testing, fuzzing, and maybe even bug bounties. All right.
I didn't even do.
I always kind of like keypad movement. So, do you mean something different than the D-pad? I mean the arrow keys in the or maybe the number arrow keys? Trying to have different ways for the player to play, but yeah, I might not have exactly what you want. Let me know what you want. Game controllers. Ah. I don't, but that's a good suggestion. Hi, Anakim Luke. I'm gonna give another point to some dude. I'm gonna give some points. to machiney, because I actually like that idea. Let me give you 3 points. To look into character control via gamepad. Actually, I have no idea if you can control a web browser app through a game controller. No idea. Hey there, MC. How are you doing today? It's 6 hours into my stream. I need to start thinking about a stopping point. You know what would be really cool is if I could finish these unit tests, though. I don't know if I'm going to get to it, though. Yes, you can? Oh, nice. Then I will work on that. That will be the subject of a future stream, is adding game controller, because I actually have one. I got this guy. I would love to plug this in and have this work with my game. Sounds like a UI nightmare, though. I gotta map all of the things that you would normally want to do in the game. I can't show it here, but like if you play my game, there are other buttons along the bottom that I guess I'd have to map to the X, Y, A, B, whatever. Okay. This is not exactly done. There's extra code here I don't want. This code gets deleted, right? Yes. Okay, and then I didn't need the decode column. Great. Alright. If I get this working... okay. It's not yet working yet. Destroy... Okay, it has to return something. Oh, we're returning the number of rows deleted. Okay, so this is different. 0 deleted in this case. If we... Okay, this is a function object, so don't do anything there. Okay, so that's a function object. Okay, here we would return 0 because it's in unsupported row selector type. Okay, so I guess we need to have a count. Count the number of rows deleted. So here it would be size t rows deleted num 0, and we're going to just add 1 wherever we do a remove. Or a remove. And then return it. Oops. That was F8 instead of F7. F7 to build. Okay. Let's run this again. Failed. What did it not do? We expected... No, that's not right. Hold on. Did I not do that right? Oh, no. We told it to remove NPC. Oh, that should be quests. Yeah, that should be quests. My bad. Run again. There we go. That was it. Okay. What about the other tests? Ooh, they all passed except for the one I haven't implemented yet. Nice. That's a good sign. Okay. All the tests I said have passed except for the one I haven't implemented yet. All right. That actually makes good timing, because when I finish this, I'll raid someone, and I will be done with step 1 of 3. Done with that step, and then this could be tomorrow's stream. And then that either if I could fit it into tomorrow or it would be next week. All right, so update rows. This is going to be a lot like a combination of retrieve and add, right? What does the bandwidth look like? It's not too bad. If you're just sitting there doing nothing, it's basically whenever you see something move, like one of these slimes moves, there'll be another message. And those messages are only like, I don't know, 50 bytes or so. And I have the tick rate on my game so low that for a vast majority of the update refreshes in the screen, it's 0 bits. So if you were to graph it, it's 0 and then a spike of 50 bytes and then 0 for a while, maybe a 200 byte message. If you start moving around in the game, especially if you get teleported, the number of bytes needed to represent changes in the camera go up to as much as I don't know, 1 or 2 kilobytes, But again, it'll only be one big message when you get teleported. If you're just moving around, especially if you're moving around at the maximum move rate, which is only 4 times a second, that's 1 or 2 kilobytes every 4 times a second. It's still pretty low. And this is not even doing any kind of compression. If I compressed it or did a binary format, it'd be even smaller. So I don't think it's too bad. The main issue right now that people tell me is the lag, because a round trip is required between you and the server and back for your character to show up as moved. And if someone is on the other side of the planet from my EC2 instance, it's, quarter second, half second. It's noticeable. You're like, I told it to move. How come it didn't move? Oh, there it moved. Do I know what TCP no delay is? Yeah. But I don't think that would solve the problem of doing a round trip. To solve the round trip problem, I have to do client-side predictions. So when you tell the game you want to move north or up, the client should reflect that you moved even before the server acknowledges that, yeah, you're okay moving there. And most of the time, that would make the lag go away. It would introduce a rubber banding problem sometimes, where you move, it shows your character moved, and the server says, you're not allowed to move there because a wall just appeared in front of you. And then you bounce back, and now there's a wall. So, yeah, I don't think the problem will be solved until I do client-side prediction. TCP no delay is where you have the packet sent immediately and not wait for your window to fill up. Don't think I have that problem as much. It's caused by round trip acknowledgement cycle. Netcode isn't fun, especially when you have to deal with people playing from around the world. If you only had to do like a LAN, it's you can get away with a lot of stuff. You can do full round trips. No one's going to notice. It's going to be like microsecond delays or millisecond delays. But when you have to work with a network globally where someone is playing your game on the other side of the planet, and the propagation delay through the network is significant, then you got to do stuff like client-side prediction. Unless you're okay with like you click and you have to wait half a second for something to happen. We need Battlefield 3 netcode. Let me call DICE. No thanks. Oh, I'm dropping some frames. Yeah, if we used UDP, it's still, the way I designed my game, it still would be a problem because you have to wait for the game to acknowledge it. If we did, what UDP would solve would be if the bottleneck happened to be the amount, like if the number of transactions was high and you're doing a lot of your time hacking, then the UDP becomes a good thing. So like if you're streaming, UDP is awesome because I'm streaming at 20 frames per second. A lot of people stream at 60 frames per second. If you require 60 acts per second, it's not going to work so well. So that's why streaming uses datagram oriented, not connection oriented. But yeah, I'm all into that stuff. I just haven't had time to hit every aspect of the game. At some point, I'm going to hit the transport layer stuff, hit the client-side prediction stuff. I'll see how well I do. For now, I just want to get this update rows working. So I'm going to start, I guess, with retrieve rows as a template and change it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just duplicate all the retrieve rows tests and make a copy and overwrite this placeholder, and we're going to name all the copies. Interesting. Let me put a marker here so I don't go too far. It was okay. Yeah, it was 10:59 right here. Okay. Update rows, right? Yeah. Trying to focus. Must focus. Okay, then these are all update rows. Got it. Okay, so then update rows takes column descriptors, which are more than just strings. So if these are column descriptors, I've set these up in other tests. Column descriptor. Didn't I? I thought I did when we did create row. Yeah. Yeah, we have to set up these values and yeah, okay. Like, let's have a test change an NPC's name, for example. It would do something like this, and then it would be, it would be like, I'm in the wrong place, but that's okay. Leave bookmark that. Name, storage. Right, value name. Okay. Value name. Okay, and then this is just to have something in here. Standard move. Name? This doesn't feel right. Oh, it's in a table. Okay. I missed that part. Okay, so here it's wait a minute, what? How do we end up there? I don't know. Here it's it's a list of these. Right? Yes. Okay. So, right. What's wrong here? Oh, there is no data. Okay. So, when we update no such table, so the result should be that nothing changed, right? So, where do I do the nothing changed test? Right. Commit. I just realized something. I should probably have just a function that does this. Because I'm copying that everywhere. What if I make a helper function in the test fixture that does this for me? So let's see, like, let's just put it right here and say void verify no changes. And just paste that there, right? And then I can go everywhere where this code exists. Right here, and no, that's expected serialization. That's different. I know what I can do. I can say verify serialization. Oh, I can make two of these. I can say verify serialization const. What is this actually? A JSON value? Yeah. Wow, that was horribly misspelled. JSON value serialization, and then put that there, and then verify no changes basically is verify serialization, starting serialization, right? One thing I'm worried about is if this is calling this and this does an assert, does that actually work? I can test it by doing assert true false. See if it actually fails the test or not. Okay, so then yeah, a lot of places where we have this kind of commit thing going on. Okay, this is specific, so I won't touch it. That as well. I did this differently than other tests, didn't I? I actually look at specific things in the schema. Okay, here though I can do a verify serialization expected. I can just do that, right? Yeah, isn't this the same as verify no changes? And then this is verify expected. Expected serial, thank you. Let me just keep that in the clipboard, and this one I'll type verify no changes. Of course, I put the wrong thing in the clipboard and I won't need it. That's okay. Here, there, paste. Did it. Okay. Verify no changes. Verify no changes. Just looking to see how much longer this is going to take. This is expected changes. No changes. I'm looking at this as the thing that's deciding which one of the two I use. Verify no changes. Sorry, this is a little bit tedious. If you guys have something to distract me, please do. Although I would like to get through this. I do like answering questions. Especially if it gets me away from tedious, boring work. Okay, one more here. No, more than one. We have our work cut out for us. I'm looking at where the scroll bar is, and I have a bunch more. Paste. There we go. Verify no changes. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. Okay, we were doing update rows, right? Okay, here's the mess that I still need to work on. Cool. This is fine. I just need to copy this down to... So for a valid column, right? So we're updating... Let's not update quests, let's update NPCs. And it'll be a... We're changing the NPC whose name... No, entity is 1. We are changing the name to standard move name. And this required me to put another level in here, right? And let's do that. I should do that up here too, because that's confusing me. All right. So what does this do? We're going to have... The assert would be that verify serialization is the expected serialization, which we haven't defined yet. Also, it tells me the number of rows, right? So, const auto num rows updated. It does, right? Yes, so that should be 1. Expect equal 1 for a number of rows updated. Oh, the other thing is up here, this should have said 0. Right? And is that it? Yeah, okay. This variable goes there. Okay. I need to get the expected serialization right, so... Let's scroll down to where we did a delete. Delete, delete, delete. Where are you? Destroy. Here we go. All right. I'll just grab that because I'm lazy and paste it here. Okay. So it's going to be NPCs, the first one, right? Dot name, or no, index name equals Steve. That's what we expect, right? When we, because the data is here. Right here. So the first one is entity 1, and it was Alex, and it's going to become Steve. All right. Okay, and then we're going to continue the no such column. Okay, so I should also have one where this should no such column in row selector, and another one for no such column in column descriptor. Right? I could put that in here. Yeah, let's have this one. By the way, how's the migration? I'm almost done making the first step. This one I'm almost done with, Cthulhu. Although I'm kind of getting scared that this DB interface is too generic. It's going to be too slow. Almost done with that, and then I'm going to be able to do that tomorrow. And then once I do that, I'll be able to do side-by-side measurements of the speed. And then I'll be able to at least compare these two. I'm not sure actually how I'm going to compare this. I guess I should do an overall profiling of the game, then do all this work and then profile again. Too slow because the interface I think is too generic. Retrieve rows requires you to build this row selector. So to do a simple query, you have to be building these row selectors up every single time. Which I guess wouldn't be too bad if we pre-built a whole bunch of row selectors. But for something as simple as doing a component ECS lookup, I feel like this might be too many parameters and too much processing. I feel like it would be better to do the game interface before the SQLite one. You might be right. But then the SQLite has different capabilities, right? I think the SQLite will actually be a lot faster because I'm mostly reducing these into constructed SQL queries. Another reason I think it might be too slow is I won't be able to take advantage of what is it called? The thing we learned on Monday. Prepared statements. Because every statement will always be different, I won't be able to pre-prepare and reuse a statement. So I'm starting to think I might want to have like higher level interfaces here that can leverage prepared statements. But we'll see. Maybe it's fast enough even without prepared statements. Who knows? The other thing I can do is this database interface, even to the real database, could have a cache in the front end. Or the game objects themselves could do caching, and maybe we only go to the database when we actually make changes. Right? So maybe all reads are fast because they're in memory, and then we only need to go to the database to write. And so I never would actually use the retrieve rows at all unless we're starting up the game from scratch. And then we're just doing one massive retrieve per table, and so the overhead for doing the row selector isn't so bad. So there's like a lot of ways I could play this, right? By the way, also include a column which doesn't exist in the column descriptors. Also include in the column descriptors a column which doesn't actually exist. We expect that this column's data is simply ignored. All right, and then that's what I'm gonna do here. We're gonna have another a value name, and ignore the fact that it's red, by the way. Name and foobar. So foobar.data.integer will be 1, 2, 3, and foobar.type is data type integer. And we're going to include foobar instead of remove foobar. And it's part of the column descriptors. It's still selecting NPC1, which is fine. So this will actually change Steve and not do any other change, right? Okay, and then no such column should be 0. This is not data, it's rows updated. And why do I have an assert? That can just mean expect. Let's just move this. It's easier. And then we should do a verify no changes. And this is number of rows updated. Okay, so then no such column would be foobar, right? I still need to set up the column descriptor. I'll just steal this one. Right there. And then this is standard move name. Okay. Wrong type for key. Oh, right. Looking up in the key value is like an integer key. So that should also be a 0. Oh, this had to be an extra layer too, right? Okay, so then need this down here. This goes there. Numrows updated goes there. Okay. This would be a silly thing to change. Okay, well, let's change everyone's name to Steve. Sure. Or is this changing Okay, this would be a different change then. Let me think. This wouldn't be a name. This would be a quest. Actually, that doesn't make sense for the quest thing. Let's change it to be NPCs then. So we're changing everyone's name to Steve. So that would be name. To standard move name to Steve. So that I had an arrangement up here. No. Where was it? Here. Why do I have quest remove 0? That shouldn't be there. Okay, that's the arrangement I want. We're changing everyone's name to Steve, then it's NPC 0 and 1 are both named Steve now. And then I would do this. Hold on. This is what I want. That down here, replace all this garbage. Here it's 2. And number selected is that. Okay, done. All these tests, all these nice tests are going to fail if they compile, which they're not. Because I screwed up. And that is misleading. That's not the error. Where is the error? Just messed up the width of this window. And I did the wrong window. I don't need that anyway. There, fixed it. Okay. Hey there, Dowright. You mean oh? You mean like that? How are you doing today, my friend? I'm just wrapping up step 1 of 3. Migrating my game's data. Right now my game goes directly to JSON. I want to introduce a database interface so that I can swap out the JSON for a real database. So right now, I need that. I need this part of step 1, so I'm doing that today. I'm doing pretty well. So I designed an interface. It's really generic. It's got the CRUD, the create, retrieve, update rows, and other things like creating tables and stuff for database migrations. And I'm implementing that in terms of JSON to fit my game's JSON data model, which looks roughly like this right now. I'm going to need to tweak this to fit to make it work with that interface. But essentially, my game's data is all stored in JSON, and I need to migrate it to a real database because it's really slow. I got someone. Okay, and so I'm just finishing up the update rows. This is the last set of tests I need to get working. And I ran into a compiler error, and I was trying to figure out what it was. Let's see. I don't like compiler errors that complain about standard include pass. I'm looking for where in my code did I trigger it. Morning, Protopoly. Oh, line 1127. There we go. 1127. What did I do here? Oh, this is right. This. Did I do this at all? Wrong type for key? Yeah, I didn't do this right at all. Yeah, just standard move name. Doesn't matter what I put there as long as it is a value. It's part of a column descriptor. All right, cool. So are we ready to fail all these tests? I'm ready. Right, that failed on purpose. I put in there an assert false just to make sure my assert true false, just to make sure that we actually can fail a test in that subroutine. That was on purpose. That was planned. I meant to do that. Cool. So the only ones we should fail are the update rows. Okay, cool. And these fail as expected because update rows is actually empty right now. It literally doesn't do anything. So again, I wanted to kind of follow the same pattern that delete rows did, except for instead of deleting, actually better be to do the pattern, to use the retrieve rows pattern. Because I'm doing a lot of copy pasting here, it makes me think when I do a refactoring pass, I should extract the common parts of these routines out. Especially because they're so dang long. Right, verify the table exists, determine if the table is using a string key, make a function, okay, so we're not retrieving. Make a function we will use to... Oh no, I do need that, to retrieve a column for a row as JSON, I do need that. Make a function we use to decode some column of a table row. Yeah. Make a delegate performs the requested filtering, which is definitely can be reused. Visit the table. Because we're not collecting requested columns. We're updating. Matching columns. We're updating requested columns of in rows which meet the filter requirements. That's exactly what we're doing. I'm still online, yeah, but hopefully for not much longer. My schedule originally is to stream 4 hours a day, but since the pandemic, it's become 4.5, and then 5, and then 5.5, and now 6.5. Getting a lot more work done, that's for sure. But I get kind of lightheaded and hungry. And I just dropped a whole bunch of frames too. Yeah, I just dropped another 100 or so frames. It's the internet telling me that I've had enough bits for today. Okay, so with the table, skip it if it's not selected. Oh, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. So we don't want to pick out the columns. We want to update. Update the columns requested in the row. So I don't use a column selector. I use columns. So it's not a column name, it's a column descriptor. And so I don't need that. Right. Hey, Cesar? Cesar Dev Root, welcome to my area of the world, I guess, in Chile. I'm a bit north of you. I'm in Southern California. All right. We don't want to add the column with his name through. We're not building this. So what I want to do is update that row in place, right? No. So I'm going to put a bookmark. Actually, let's clear all my old bookmarks out. Can I just right-click clear? I can. Okay, so then I'm going to make a bookmark here. I want to go back to where I did insert or create rows. Create row. And I want to pull out the code that actually makes the change. It's in code value, isn't it? In code row. Oh, I have to deal with the case where the key might change. Let me not deal with that today. Let me do this later. Again, I'm adding something to do later. Handle the case where a database update rows is asked to change a key. I don't know, actually, no, I don't know how we're supposed to handle that. Probably by not doing it. Your Elgato 4K 60 arrives. Nice. Hold on a sec. Sorry, I had to tell people to be quiet around me because we're a quiet stream. Dedicated stream capture device. Is that what it is? Oh, that's a capture card? Neat. I'm assuming it's a 4K capture card. I think wait a minute. Yes, I want to do encode value and store it, don't I? I want this part. This is what I want. And I'm going to go to my bookmark and I'm going to do that. All right, so we're going to encode a value in column descriptor value. Right, and then we have to find where that column is. Oh, no, I already know where it is. But we need to make sure that it's in the schema. So that would, do I have table schema here? I do have table schema. Neat. How does find key work again? Oh, I have to loop through this. Okay, I've done this before, right? Where did I do this? Was it here? That was destroy. I think it was this one, get column definition. Yeah, it was this get column definition. Right, and if it wasn't found, you ignore it. That's exactly what I want. Okay. So, we get the name of the column, and table definition is table schema. We find the definition of the column that they're asking to change. And if it doesn't exist, we ignore it. So, no such column. And this should say, well, it already says it up there why we would skip it. Encode the value. If it's not valid, then continue. Cannot represent data in JSON for some reason. Otherwise, yeah, so it's row, the name, equals move in the encoded value. That's it, right? And then I'm not handling the key case right now because that's more complicated. And then I don't need to add anything to an output set or return it. Oh, we're returning something, but it's a number of rows changed, right? So there's no data set. There's a size t num rows updated. If we get into here, that means we did an update. So I'm going to say bool row updated is false. And then here we'll say row updated is true if row updated plus num rows updated. And return number of rows updated. Done. 4K, 60 FPS, that's pretty hardcore. Thunderbolt 3 PCIe external closure. Nice. Alright. Will my tests pass? Yay! They pass. First try. Hey look, they're all green. I think it's time to commit this. I actually never made a git commit for this. Can you believe that? If I delete the directory, it's gone for good. So, Monka S, I better make a directory for this. Let me first check in the cluster member store. Git init. Git add. Actually, what's in here? Shouldn't I make a README and a license file for this? Because I could just open source this. There's no reason not to, right? Yeah, why not open source this? There's nothing specific about this. Okay, and I just had a thought about how I would do prepared statements, actually. If in retrieve rows we added another hint, like a cache hint, then the implementation can say, hey, I saw that cache hint before, let me just use a prepared statement. And then we would all we would need to do is extract the actual data from the column selector. Or wait a minute, we might need to retrieve this data here. Which wouldn't be too hard, actually. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Distracted myself there. So I need a README. Can I just take this README? And copy that and paste it here? I need one, let's not put one there. Let's do the cluster member store one first. Okay, and then this one, it's cluster member store. And I'm going to copy from its own header file. Let's start with this. And say, this library is intended for use in separating an application from the implementation of how it stores its data on a relational database. it, how do I want to pull in this matter here? This library is intended for use in separating application from an application from the implementation of how it stores. I want to work in this somehow. How about I say this library is intended for use in systems where data is stored in an exclusive manner in the context of a member of a larger cluster. It is used to separate. Let's get rid of this bullet point. Why does it keep wanting me to indent this? This library is intended for use in systems where data is stored in an exclusive manner in the context. I don't like how I phrased that. This library is intended for use in systems where data is stored for use, for exclusive use by a member of a larger cluster, such as in the ref consensus algorithm. It is used to separate the application from the implementation of how it stores its data in relation to database. That sounds good. All right. Let me reread it again for the fourth time. This library is intended for use in systems where data is stored for exclusive use by a member of a larger cluster, such as in the ref consensus algorithm. It's used to separate the application from the implementation of how it stores its data. Okay, that's fine. Okay, the data, the namespace and is kind of weird. It's cluster member stored database. Class is a pure abstract interface class meant, so this is all different, meant to be implemented, meant to be implemented for whatever actual database is chosen for the application. It represents the requirements of the application in terms of a high-level generic set of database access methods. There we go. We'll keep with that. This is a portable library, which only depends on, so this is standard matter here. It's not intended to stand alone, blah, blah, blah. What are my dependencies? No dependencies. I like it. So I can remove this. Okay, done with that. Now, what about the license? It should be the MIT license from here. And paste there. Do I even need a copyright? I don't think I need a copyright anymore. I think copyright is implicit, Berne convention and all that, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. All right. Looks good to me, so ready to post this. So git add dot git status. Right, so git commit initial revision. And I need to off screen here because I'm super paranoid about logging into GitHub while I'm streaming. I'm just going to GitHub and adding a place for this cluster, if I spell it right, member store, create, and then git remote add origin, git at github.com, remove 8354 cluster member store dot git push -u origin master. And now I can breathe a sigh of relief for this part because GitHub has a copy. All right, so need to do the same thing for the JSON cluster member store. Git init. And I can copy the license and the readme. We'll update the readme. Okay, so this is JSON cluster member store. This library is intended for using systems or data to start blah, 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 blah. This is a specific implementation which stores data stores data as a JSON object. Stores data as a composite JSON object. There we go. So the way we would use it is it's still in the same namespace, but it's JSON database. The JSON database class is an implementation of the cluster member store database. Pure abstract interface class. It adapts the interface to fit a JSON file. Do I want to say anything specific about these methods? Probably. Okay, the open method deserializes. What do I want to say here? The open method reads the JSON file. Actually, it does deserialize. Reads and parses the JSON file, making the data within available via the database interface. The commit method is used to ensure all changes are written back out as JSON to the file. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. It is a library portable. Okay, it does have extra dependencies though. It depends on JSON and system abstractions, so I need to list that. JSON. I'm going to copy these references from other projects. Yep, so these two with the one in the middle removed. So remove message headers. So we have JSON and we have system abstractions. Isn't that nice? I should probably also list its cluster member store as well. And the link I just set up. Cluster member store.get. And can I just pull from its own description? Don't have that readily available. Actually, can I just use this? Let's just write it freehand. Cluster member store library, which, well, the library which defines the abstract interface implemented by this project. We'll just leave it at that. Did the other makefile not have a... Oh, it didn't have a line wrap there. What happened? How come those didn't line wrap correctly? Okay, fixed it, I guess. One more there. It's funny how these line wraps aren't always there. Okay, I think we're good. So then I need to repeat the thing here. Git add dot get status. It looks okay to me. So git commit m initial revision, and then get remote add, and I just add JSON in front, right? I think I gotta make it. So back up to the top. Where's the new button? Oh, there's the new button. New repository. JSON cluster member store. Created. Okay, and then I just do push origin master. Okay. Code is backed up. Alrighty. Cool. So then I just need to do mugget add cluster member store, mugget add JSON cluster member store. Ooh, I can fix that in the Git GUI. Yeah, I sometimes put the extra slash in there. I don't mean to. Oh, I didn't hit save on that guy? Oh, yeah. It is saved. What's not saved here? We don't need that. I'm done with that for today. Let me see if I can close everything. I can. All right. So then I git ignore. Got an extra slash. Fixed. Check that in. That's correct. To-do's been updated. I added 4 stream notes today. That one has an extra slash. That's main.xml. JSON cluster. So let's remove the slash there. All right. And then let me make sure I have to commit this first. So add cluster, add work in progress, adding database abstraction layer. I'll just leave it at that. I'm tired. Git status, git push. What up, real proxy programmer? I'm almost done with my stream today. I've been streaming almost 7 hours. That's way longer than I'm used to. What I worked on today was step 1 of 3 in database migration for my game. My game looks like this. You walk around in this game world. It's retro style. It's a multiplayer online. There are NPCs you can fight right now. I've been building this custom game for a while now, and so the data, which I just closed, so I have to get another copy of the snapshot, but let me do that really quick. Tell the editor that it's JSON and then collapse everything. The data for my game is stored in one huge JSON file. Just the test environment alone, 11,000 lines. In the production environment, 10 times this size. And so it's really slow for my game to load up, and there's a lot of overhead in parsing and generating JSON. So I've been working today in migrating my game's data. Instead of having the games go straight to JSON, it's going to go through a database interface. And the step 1 would be first to introduce the database interface, still using JSON. Then step 2 is to replace the JSON with a real database, which I can do by having it meet the same database interface without having to change the game. So that's what I've been working on today. Did step 1 today, probably do step 2 tomorrow, although Toulouse says I should probably try this one. This one I think should go pretty quick. In order to do this, I'm going to have to change the shape of my data anyway. So I'll probably do this tomorrow. Basically, the database interface I made is pretty generic. It's got the typical create, retrieve, update, destroy. And I implemented that on Tuesday and today in terms of JSON. So we're going to tomorrow, hopefully, do the same work, but in terms of SQLite. So I played around with SQLite on stream on Monday. I figured out how to open a SQLite database, how to make a prepared statement, how to bind parameters to a statement, how to step through the query, how to fetch the columns from the results, and we have I made 4 different test playgrounds to play with this. So I know how to use the API in SQLite. It's nice embedded database engine that I am going to then use in place of that JSON one I did today in order to represent the same data that JSON has, but in a real database. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. I'm almost out of steam, so I just got my tests working for this database interface to JSON. These are all my unit tests I got working. There's a lot of them. They're all passing. So Miller time. Every time you see that, you get stuck. What's that? Every time I seen that, it gets stuck. I don't know. I don't know what you meant, Ernius. So, I'm going to go rate someone right now. If you enjoyed what you saw, then please follow and come back tomorrow. I'll be working on the same thing, only with SQLite instead of JSON. And then if I have time, I get through with that, I'm going to try to change the shape of my data so that my game can talk through the database interface to the JSON. And if that works, we're going to use the SQLite instead. In order to have the game go to SQLite, I have to take the data that's already in JSON, this 11,000 line thing, and run it through some kind of conversion tool to read it out from the DB interface and then push it into a SQLite one. I think it's just going to be a simple, like, enumerate tables, create tables, retrieve rows, create rows kind of thing. Total lines in the database. Apologies, English not the best. Oh, that's fine. I just didn't understand what you're saying. Yeah, 11,000 lines. This is collapsed. If I start to expand, you'll see that there actually is a lot of data here. So, for example, I like to show the first character in the game. That's my character. I get 18 hit points right now. But there are a bunch of other characters. These are probably all non-player characters. These are probably little slimes because they only have 4 hit points. All of the data in my game is either in the form of tables for like player records and in-game tickets, or they're in this entity component system where game entities are broken down by component category. Like, do they have NPC qualities? Do they have player qualities? Are they in the game with a position? Are they part of a quest? Stuff like that. And then amongst these are all tables of all of the data. So like dialogue, there are 3 test dialogues. And this is for George the Guard. And then these are different states of that dialogue. And if we're talking about the conversation state, then here are different things you can ask George, right? You can say, what's your name? And the name, he will respond with, I am George the Guard. So all of the data in the game is in this huge composition, and it's really, really inefficient to store as JSON. We're going to move it to SQLite, I think. That's what we're going to do the next couple days. I hope you enjoyed today. Let me give you 2 pieces of information. My schedule, I will be back tomorrow same time. If you miss me then, I'll be back on Monday. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And let me try to leave you with someone interesting. Twitch.tv. My voice is about to go. I'm reaching the limits of how long I can talk. Right now it's about 7 hours. I risk not being able to speak the next day if I go more than 7 or 8 hours. Okay. There are not as many people streaming today. So I'm going to probably have to rate someone that I rated recently, but that's okay. How would you guys like to see someone who rated me earlier? Did he rate today? I think he rated us yesterday. Mr. Sir C.M. Griffing. The stream parrot that you see above my head was written by him. And he is, I consider, a master of web development. He's working on today a bot for Twitch, which is vote-driven, where it kind of visits different channels and people vote on whether they want to stay or whether they want to go to the next channel. And he's writing it in Electron, React, and Node.js. So I hope you enjoy his stream. I'm going to set up to rate him right now. We're going to join our viewers with his viewers, and we'll have hopefully more than 100 viewers. It's going to be a party. So let's go visit Mr. Sir C.M. Griffing. And hope you enjoy his stream. I'll be back tomorrow, 9:15 a.m., 16:15 UTC. Until then, my friends, stay well. Enjoy Chris's stream. Have a good one. Bye.